Okay. Ms. Rivers, are you ready? Let's get on the record in State versus Tuitt. It's 22 SC 185328. It is Monday morning, a little after 9:30. And we have all our jurors here. We have Mr. Tuitt here with his lawyer, Ms. Fagan. We've got our two prosecutors. And I think we're ready to get started. Mr. Abadi, anything from the state? Ms. Fagan, anything from the defense? Yeah. All right. Well, good morning to everyone. After jury selection, we had two jurors reach out to express concerns, issues with service, and we need to talk with them individually, but with the lawyers and Mr. Tuitt present. Juror number 5, she said there were some things she didn't disclose, and then her mom called. I think she's sitting in court somewhere here. Are you Ms. McCoy's mom? So we're going to hear not from Ms. McCoy's mom, but Ms. McCoy, who is a 39-year-old adult, and she can tell us what her concerns are. And then juror 26 called, wrote. Well, she was reached on the phone and then also wrote that her work obligations for Coca-Cola are such that she really can't serve. Everyone's here, and so we'll talk with each of these individuals to see what we can sort out. So if you could bring juror 5 and have her sit in the jury box, please. Good morning. Juror 5, happy Monday. I wanted to talk with you a little bit about concerns that you raised with Ms. Nelson when she called on Thursday to share that you'd been selected. And then I know your mother had a little outreach with us as well. I wanted to give you a chance to talk about it, and then we could explore with you the realities of service and what it means, et cetera, just to make sure everything's okay. So was there something that you didn't share on Thursday that you want to now? Okay, what's that?
And is this the private space?
This is as private as it gets. It's away from the other 13 jurors, but the lawyers and Mr. Tuitt have a right to be here. So you can be as vague as you want in the beginning. If we need to probe a little more, we will. This is just like on Thursday. This is not about getting all personal, but we need to understand what your concern is. Maybe it's manageable, maybe it's not.
Okay. For nearly 2 years, I have been on a leave of absence from work due to mental health reasons. And I'm currently working with a psychiatrist and a therapist at this time. And I'm towards the end of my treatment journey, and being here, I don't know what I'm going to see. I do not know what I'm going to hear, but I don't want anything to impact my personal growth and journey that we're almost 2 years on. And I can be more specific about the mental issue if you'd like. But yeah, at this time, I don't, like I said, I don't know what I'm going to see, and I don't know what I'm going to hear. And I know what that emotional stress or the emotional burden of having to decide an outcome, in this case, knowing that I am going through, some emotional stress and
Got it. First, congratulations on making it 2 years through the journey and being close to the end. That's wonderful. Are you taking any medication as part of your course of treatment? When you take that medication, does it leave you woozy or drowsy or have an impact on your ability to understand what's going on around you?
I'm going to just be clear about what it is, just for purposes.
However you want to do it.
It's OCD and anxiety. So that's a lot of inner stress and mental rumination. And I just take medicine. It depends on which one I take. So there's an as-needed medication. That one does take.
Okay.
But I take an antidepressant.
Okay. Well, again, I'm glad that the treatment is working for you and that you feel like you're close to closing one chapter. It may be something that you work with for the rest of your life, but if you are in control of it rather than the other way around, that's a wonderful thing. In terms of what you may see or hear, I don't know if over the course of your 2 years of treatment or earlier in your life you watch TV or see movies, but this is what one sees in action thrillers or police movies or dramas. It just happens to be not actors. So I don't know that you're going to see something all that different or hear things different than normal Americans see and experience as they consume the entertainment industry. And that's not me minimizing the seriousness of what we're doing. But I also don't want you to think that this is a situation where you'd be seeing something a whole lot different from what we tend to see on the news, in movies, et cetera. The other thing I want to address, and then I'm going to let the lawyers ask you some questions if they have any, is you said the emotional burden or stress of deciding the case. And I get that because in the end, the jury is asked to weigh the evidence and decide, has the state met its burden? And if they have, then jurors tend to say guilty. If they haven't, jurors must say not guilty, which doesn't mean something didn't happen. It means the state didn't meet its burden. And so the role you play is to make up your mind as to whether the state met its burden. And I spell out what the elements are. And then you decide, did they prove that beyond a reasonable doubt? Did they prove that? And if the answer is no on anything, then the answer has to be not guilty. There's not a lot of stress over that. If the answer is yes, it is a momentous decision, but jurors don't play a role in sentencing. No one's ever going to turn to you and say, well, what should we do now? You said guilty. What's the next step? That is not your role. Once the jury reaches its verdict or doesn't, there's a hung jury because people can't agree. The jury's dismissed, and you go on with your life. And I say all that not to say it's a simple process. It's not, and that it's unserious. It is serious. But it is not the kind of thing, having worked with hundreds of juries now, that in general jurors wrestle with a whole lot. It is different when it involves an accusation of child sexual abuse or something like that. This is far, far from that. That's not what this case is about. So, do you have questions of me after I've now explained a little bit about what your role would be as a juror? And let me add one more thing. If at any point we're moving along and you are feeling overwhelmed, all you need to do is say, we need to take a break. You don't need to say why. It usually means someone needs to use the restroom, but hey, we need to take a break. And we do that. And if you need a 10-minute break, it's a 10-minute break. If it's a 2-minute break, it's a 2-minute break. My preference would be that we move forward with you as a juror. I haven't heard anything you said as being disqualifying, but certainly an area we want to be mindful of. And that now when you signal to me or Deputy Gordon, hey, I need a break, we know we need to do that. And it may be partway through the trial, you say, I can't go any further. And then it may be that we need to excuse you. But right now, before you've seen or heard anything, given how articulate you are, and the fact that this wasn't front of mind, or at least you chose not to share it when we were saying, are there things you're concerned about? And this wasn't something that you said you were concerned about, which doesn't mean it's not a very real part of your life right now. I'm inclined to have you remain on the jury. But I want to let the lawyers ask you questions if they have any. But first, do you have any questions of me?
No, I understand what you explained, and I couldn't figure out when you were questioning us on Thursday, I couldn't figure out where to put it,
Right.
where to bring it up, and by the time we were sitting here, I thought I couldn't go back, basically. So yes, it was definitely troubling me.
Okay. And Deputy Gordon mentioned that when you were done, you're like, hey, there's this thing I didn't talk about. So he certainly reported that, but we were moving on to the next panel and all that. So I hope you didn't leave on Thursday thinking no one listens to me. It's just, you didn't bring it up. So we didn't know until it was past time to incorporate that. So we're talking about it a little bit late, but I'm glad you brought it up.
Just for the defense and the prosecution, I just want them to be able to have a jury that is a clear mind, not sitting over here stressing and ruminating
Yep.
and in their own hearts.
Sure.
So,
Well, that's a fair goal. And the reality is each of the 14 jurors throughout today, during some point, be thinking about what am I make for dinner? Did I walk the dog? I'm stressed about this. I don't like that. I need to be doing work. Your ruminations may be in a different space, but we never expect the 14 jurors for all 8 hours they're here to be locked in and whatnot. And again, once you find yourself, should you find yourself too far away from what's happening in front of you, that's when it's time to say, we need to take a break.
and just for clarification as well, I do have a letter from my psychiatrist and therapist.
Okay, we'll hold on to those, and we may need those. Mr. Body, do you have any questions for Juror 5?
I don't have a question, John.
Ms. Fagan?
No.
All right, thank you, ma'am. We can go back to the jury room. And if we could have Juror 26, please. Good morning, Juror 26.
Morning.
So my staff let me know when they contacted you about having been selected that, I don't remember if you actually said, no, I won't do it, but you certainly flagged.
Here, obviously.
Right.
As I mentioned last week, this is a terrible week for me. I will be heavily distracted. I have been working for 3 months to lead a summit that is tomorrow and Wednesday with executive leaders from my business. I'm just gonna be distracted. I'm not gonna be able to sleep because I'm gonna have to work overnight hours. I just don't feel, I'm happy to come back next week. I'm happy to come back again. I realize this is a duty that I have to do. It's just this week is the absolute worst week for me to be here and feel like I could actually participate in the way that you would want me to mentally.
Okay. I appreciate you sharing that. And you did share that on Thursday. A couple questions. One, when you got your summons and knew you were going to have jury duty, at least coming down here last Thursday, did you know at that point about this big summit? You must have, because you said you've been planning for it.
There was no way to defer. I would have deferred. There was no way, because I didn't meet the requirements of having a child or whatever. I've tried to go defer. I couldn't defer. So
You
did know about this.
You reached out to jury services and explained your situation and they said, no, you cannot defer?
No, I didn't know how to do that. I went online and it said, these are the ways you can defer. And so that's why I came last Thursday, because again, I was asked to come on Thursday and I pleaded my case. Clearly that didn't work, but yes, I have known about this, and had I known that I could defer, I would have deferred.
Okay.
I didn't think that was an option to me.
Okay. We will not be in court Wednesday until about 12:30. So all of Wednesday morning is yours to do whatever you want. Does that change the calculus at all? How so?
Because it's an all-day thing tomorrow and Wednesday. So it's 8 to 5 tomorrow and Wednesday. So I don't know how not being here Wednesday morning helps at all.
Well, you'd be able to be at this summit. Last question.
Tomorrow.
Last question from me. I know I said 2, but this is 3. Explain a little more what this summit is. What's involved? Are you guys coming up with a new recipe for Coke, or is it? I mean, what's it about? So we can appreciate the scope and significance.
It is. We have leaders coming out, including our CMO and our president of my category.
When you say CMO, Chief Marketing Officer.
Officer of North American Coca-Cola.
Okay.
At this meeting, as well as the president of the category that I work in. It is a strategy summit where I am presenting a bunch of material that I've been working on for 3 months now. It's going to be very difficult, if not impossible, for somebody else to step in. And the only way to do that is for me to work through the night, which means I will be I'll be very tired. I've already not slept through the night because of this. I just feel like I'm not going to be distracted, and this is going to impact my career. And I know you don't understand that, but this will impact my career.
Okay, I understand that. You say those words, I trust you. You're not going to make that up. I understand what those words mean. Mr. Abadi, do you have any questions for juror 26? Oh, yes, Ms. Jones.
Good morning, juror number 26. So if you are not able to attend, they may be able to have someone else cover, but it is not someone equally versed in your.
That is true.
Okay. And
I'm gonna have to train that person tonight.
that was my question. Have you even identified that person yet? Okay.
No.
You had mentioned, if I'm remembering correctly, a partner in this process from Dublin, Ireland.
Yes, but she is coming from a global perspective and doesn't have any information or knowledge of the US business. She is preparing from a global standpoint, and I'm the person that had the US business part of this. We are 90% of this brand is in this country, and so I bring a huge part to the table on this.
Okay, and just so we know, are we talking about, what is this brand? What are we talking about? Pardon me?
Vitamin water.
Vitamin water. Okay. Ms. Fagan, any questions for juror 26? Okay, thank you, ma'am. You can go back to the jury room. All right, let's start with juror 5. Mr. Abadi, anything you want to get on the record? I'm inclined to have juror 5 stay with us for now. Anything you want to get on the record concerning juror 5?
Okay.
Ms. Fagan? Okay. What's the state's perspective on juror 26?
We'll defer to the board on juror 26.
Nice punt. Ms. Fagan?
Your Honor, we don't oppose letting juror 26 speak.
All right, can you bring 26 back out? Juror 26, I appreciate that you recognize the importance of jury service. I'm going to have the jury clerk get your name back in the mix so that you are eligible to be selected again. There are about 500,000 names in the mix, so I don't know that will happen.
Literally Monday, I can come any other week.
Yeah, it doesn't work that way, but I don't think that we were sufficiently attuned to the significance of what you're doing. Not so much for vitamin water, I don't care so much about that, but
That's the thing, I don't know nobody here cares about.
well, I mean, there may be huge, well, no, but that's actually where we care, is how it would impact your career, whether it's vitamin water or hot sauce or cars. But it sounds like you would be physically present and emotionally and mentally absent, and no one wants the error that might generate to be directed in a way where you wouldn't be thinking through things as neutrally and even-handedly as I suspect you would if it was next Monday. So go market vitamin water, and we'll catch you next time.
I appreciate it. Like I said, again, I'm willing to come any other time.
I hear you. I'll pass that on to the jury clerk.
Thank you.
So I plan to bring the jurors in, swear them in, give them some basic operating instructions, give them a preliminary charge, which you've all heard before about reasonable doubt, et cetera, and their role in the process, explain how they get to ask questions. And then we'll go straight into openings. State ready for openings?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Ms. Fagan, are you planning on doing an opening now or reserving?
I plan on doing one now.
Okay. All right. Anything from the state before we bring the jurors in?
No, Judge.
Ms. Fagan? All right. Let's bring them in, please.
All right, reserve.
You can go either row. If you're the first one in, please walk all the way to the end. But you are not picking your forever seat based on where you're seated right now. And you're welcome to sit.
Do the clear to the count for.
Thank you, Deputy Gordon. Everyone else can be seated. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for being on time. We had to work through a few things before we could bring you out here. Typically, we get started around 8:30, 8:45, so that if you're here by 9, we can get rolling right away. But the first day of trial usually has a few bumps, and we've ironed those out. The routine you followed this morning about going to that door and hitting the buzzer and getting buzzed back, that's what you're going to do each morning, although Wednesday is actually going to be an afternoon when you first show up. You will stay in the jury room until we've got all 13 of you. We cannot conduct any business in court without all 13 of you here. We will always be awaiting announcement from Deputy Gordon that everyone is here. I don't know if there was a phone number on the whiteboard. Hopefully there is. If not, we'll put it up there for my chambers. And I would ask you to call that number if you're ever stuck and running late and you're trying to be here, but traffic is bad, car broke down, dog ate your homework, whatever it is. You letting us know that you are trying to get here and intend to get here allows me not to reach out to the sheriff's team to say, hey, juror number 7's not here and she didn't call. and then we got to go do a wellness check and maybe give you a free ride down. So do reach out if you find yourself delayed a little bit. I'm going to share with you some basic operating instructions of how court will work during the trial, give you some preliminary legal instructions, and then we'll get on to the business of the trial. The first thing I need to do, however, is swear you all in. You took an oath last Thursday as prospective jurors, but I'm going to give you now the juror oath that will make you officially jurors in the case of the state versus Tuitt. So if you could all please stand and raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that you shall fairly try the issue formed by the indictment between the state and Cordara Tuitt, who is charged with murder, felony murder, aggravated assault, and firearms offenses, and give a true verdict according to the evidence? Please say yes if you so swear or affirm.
Yes.
Does anyone not so swear or affirm? Okay, thank you. Take a seat. You are now official. Briefly about seating. There are no assigned seats. You may find a spot that you particularly like, and I won't budge you from that perch, but I encourage you to mix it up. If you are seated in the back row in the far corner, you have a very different and more distant view of witnesses who will be to my left throughout the trial than if you're in the front row towards the corner. If hearing is tricky for you, you want to be closer. But I do encourage you to not always take that same seat unless you need to be near the end because you got to bend your knee or do this or that, and no one's going to take that seat from you. We will try to have court from 9 to 5 as best we can. We started late today. There's not a bell that goes off at 5 and everyone runs out of here. As we approach the 5 o'clock hour, I'll check with whatever side had called the witness who's testifying to say, how much more time do you think you've got? And if it's 10 of 5 and they say they've got 15 minutes and we believe their estimate, then we may go a little past 5. But if they say I've got another 2 hours, then we'll stop at 10 of 5. It's best if we can not leave a witness straddling a day, but sometimes we have to if they only get an hour into what might be 3-hour testimony. But the goal is to stop about 5 o'clock each day. On Wednesday, I might ask you all to stay till 5:30 if you can, and that's driven by your schedule because we're starting later on Wednesday. I am one of our accountability court judges, and Wednesday is a drug court day, and I need to meet with those participants on a pretty regular schedule. That means I won't be free until 12:30. And so on Wednesday, we'll start at 12:30. There will not be a lunch break. Have lunch before you come on in here. And we'll go from 12:30 to 5 or 5:30 if you all agree that you can be a little past 5. But it may be that childcare, dog care, spouse care. Look, Judge, you got me from 9 to 5. And on that day, it would be 12:30 to 5. But we'll talk about that when we get closer to Wednesday. And it may depend on where we are in the trial. There may be a very natural break point at 4 on Wednesday where it just makes sense to stop because what comes next would take 2 hours and we want to give it an unbroken block. The lawyers continue to believe that this is a case that will get to you for deliberations probably sometime on Thursday. But that's only if we stay focused, which we will try to do. If at any point during the proceedings you need to take a break because it's just been too long, you need to use the restroom, whatever it is, let me know, wave your hand, get Deputy Gordon's attention, and we will stop then and there. There is no rewind button, and you will not have a transcript of witness testimony during your deliberations. You will be relying on your collective recollection and whatever notes you take. And I'll talk about notes in a minute. But we will, on a typical day, take a morning break, always have a lunch break, not necessarily at noon. It might be 12:30 to 1:30. Again, it depends on the flow of the evidence. And we'll typically have a mid-afternoon break. We will have more breaks if you need them, but you need to tell us that you need them. Similarly, if at any point you cannot hear what's going on because the witness isn't using the microphone or is talking down or whatever it is, tell me, and we'll get the witness to use the microphone so you can hear it or speak more loudly. And same with visuals. If there's something that you can't see, tell me. I cannot see what's on those. I know what's on the monitors because it's here. But every once in a while, because this is Fulton County, a monitor gets a mind of its own and it turns off. I won't know that that monitor turned off unless you guys say, hey, we can't see on that screen anymore. And then Deputy Gordon or someone will come wiggle the cords and it'll work again. But I'm relying on you all to tell me screens aren't working. During the trial, when you are on break, you are free to use the jury room. I think there should be a white basket in there. It looks sort of like a Goldilocks basket. It's full of snacks. Earlier in the year, we were able to replenish that basket every time it emptied, but we are at the end of the budget. And so that basket is it. If it runs out and you guys want more snacks, pick up a collection, use the $25 you know you're going to get each day. But we will always be able to replenish water. There's a fridge with water you can bring out here. We have a lifetime supply of bottled water. Unfortunately, you're not a January or a February trial, you're an October trial, and that basket is the end of our snacks, but they're for you. Lunches, you'll typically go out to get something. You're welcome to bring in your own lunch. Do not try to bring in glass or metal cutlery. It will not get through security. And then you'll be leaving a lasagna on the outside of the checkpoint. And they don't like that because it starts to smell, you lose your Pyrex, whatever it is. But if you want to bring in your own food, there's no limit on what the nature of the food is as long as it's in plastic. And you didn't bring a fork and a knife. But otherwise, you're welcome to eat in any of the surrounding restaurants. When you are on a break, it is also a-okay to fan out along that hallway. You may find the jury room to be a little crowded with all 13 of you in there. And there's actually natural light in the end of the hallway and around the corner by a little elevator area. And as long as you aren't really yelling into your cell phone when you're in that hallway, it's fine to be out there. There are 2 judges down the hall, and if you stand right outside that judge's chamber and, what? I can't hear you. The judge contacts me and says, you have unruly jurors, and then I have to confine you all just to the jury room. But if you are texting or not speaking real loud, feel free to use the hallway as well. I know there are 2 chairs right outside my chambers. You can sit in those chairs as well if you just want to have a little space outside the jury room. If you have questions about where's a vending machine, where is a restroom outside of the jury room, ask Deputy Gordon or one of his colleagues. You might come across the lawyers or the defendant as you are moving around in the building. And if they see you and recognize you as jurors, they're going to act like you're lepers. You're not. You're wonderful people, but they cannot interact with you outside the courtroom. You can imagine if you're one attorney walking down the hallway and there are 3 jurors yucking it up with an attorney from the other side. Well, what's that guy saying to them? Are they talking about the case? And I'm sure that's not, you're just saying, I need to go outside. Where's the elevator? But they need to step away from you. If you get on an elevator, they may actually get off the elevator because you got on it, because it's important that if lawyer X is saying something to the jury, it's all 13 of you, not one of you. And a lawyer from the other side is right there. So that lawyer could say, wait a minute, objection, that's not proper. And there's nothing improper about saying the best place to eat is this restaurant down the street. It's just cleaner for the lawyers to have no interactions with you at all. So don't think they're socially awkward. They may well be, but if they move away from you in a hallway, it's because they know that's the right step to take. All right, legal instructions. Before we can start the trial, I need to talk to you about some very basic principles that are fundamental to any criminal trial, as well as talk about your roles as jurors, my role as the judge, and the roles that the attorneys have in this trial. Most of you haven't been on a jury before, and so your sense of what jury duty is comes from watching a movie or TV, and that's usually the wrong approach. Jurors should engage in zero investigation. You should not, tonight when you leave, go drive to the crime scene and say, I'm going to check it out. I mean, there were these descriptions of this building, and I'm curious, is it a 3-story building or a 2-story building? Outside investigation is grounds for a mistrial. If we learn that anyone got online to look up, wait, what was this word? Or I want to see an aerial shot of an apartment complex. That is the kind of thing that would make us try the case all over again. And when we figured out which one of you did that, that would be a bad development for you. You'd be in contempt of court. Probably not going to lock you up, but I am going to make you watch a few trials, but out there, because you would have messed this one up. So no outside research. All right, let's start with note taking. You are free to take notes. That's why you have the notepads and the pencils. You're free to bring a pen. You can't afford pens, we'll just give you pencils. You're not obligated to take notes, but keep in mind something I mentioned earlier. No transcripts. You will not be able to say during your deliberations, oh, witness Jones, could you give us the transcript of his testimony? We can't remember what he said. Collectively, you're going to remember what witness Jones said. But if it helps you to write down what you think the high points of that testimony is or are, feel free to do that. But please don't try to become a stenographer. There is one person in this courtroom who can take down everything that everyone says. That's Ms. Rivers. And she has worked a lifetime to become a real-time court reporter, where as I'm talking, the words can appear on the screen. If you bury yourself in your notepad, you're going to miss important tells. There may be a witness who, responding to questions from one side, is all sunny and cheery and looking at you all. And the moment the questions come from the other direction, that person starts to sweat and look away and whatnot. And that may tell you something about that witness's credibility, but it won't tell you anything at all if you've got your head down in a notepad trying to write everything that person is saying. So notes are yours to take if you wish. They are private until you deliberate. Don't show people the sketch you drew of the judge or anything like that until deliberations start. Then you're free to use them to refresh your recollection and to point out to others, well, hey, I wrote down that Jones said it was dark out. That's fine. But you will be giving the notes no greater emphasis than your own independent recollection. That may help you recall something, but if you recall to the contrary, the fact that someone wrote it down doesn't mean that you're wrong. And finally, with notes, at the end of the trial, they will be shredded. So if you are writing down your personal impressions of the witnesses and your fellow jurors, this guy doesn't shower, whatever you write, that will not become part of the record. The Court of Appeals doesn't see it if there's an appeal. The lawyers don't see it. I don't see it. We shred the notes. So you should feel free to be as unvarnished as you choose when you're taking notes. The defendant, Mr. Tuitt, is charged in this indictment with a series of crimes, that is, violations of the laws of Georgia. I'm going to read to you now what Mr. Tuitt is charged with, and you're free to write it down. You will have this document with you during deliberations, so you'll be able to read everything I read to you. Ms. Fagan, we ended up not talking about count seven. Was there anything you wanted me to do with count 7, or you're good to go?
Okay.
Okay, great. There are 8 counts in this indictment. Count 1 charges Mr. Tuitt with murder, and the allegation is that here in Fulton County on August 7th, 2022, Mr. Tuitt did unlawfully and with malice aforethought cause the death of Quatavius Wright, a human being, by shooting him with a firearm. Count 2 charges Mr. Tuitt with felony murder, and the allegation is that here in Fulton on August 7th, 2022, Mr. Tuitt did unlawfully during the commission of a felony, specifically aggravated assault, cause the death of Quatavius Wright, a human being, by shooting him with a firearm. Count 3 is another count of felony murder, and the allegation is that here in Fulton on that same day, August 7th, 2022, Mr. Tuitt did unlawfully during the commission of a different felony, possession of a firearm by a convicted felon, which is count 7, caused the death of Quatavius Wright, a human being, by shooting him with a firearm. Count 4 is the third and final count of felony murder, and the allegation there is that Mr. Tuitt on August 7th, 2022, here in Fulton County, did unlawfully during the commission of a felony, and this is a different count of possession of a firearm by a convicted felon. So there are 3 counts of felony murder, 2 counts of possession of a firearm by a convicted felon. And the lawyers are going to explain to you all that later in the case. But the allegation is that Mr. Tuitt on that date in this county did cause the death of Quatavius Wright by shooting him with a firearm while he was committing this other version of possession of a firearm by a convicted felon. Count 5 charges Mr. Tuitt with aggravated assault with a deadly weapon. And the allegation is that here in Fulton County on August 7th, 2022, Mr. Tuitt did unlawfully commit an assault upon the person of Quatavius Wright by shooting him with a firearm, that firearm being a deadly weapon. Count 6 charges Mr. Tuitt with possession of a firearm during the commission of a felony. The allegation is that in Fulton, on August 7th, 2022, Mr. Tuitt did unlawfully have on or within arm's reach a firearm during the commission of at least one of the following felonies against and involving the person of another: murder, felony murder, and aggravated assault. Count 7 is possession of a firearm by a convicted felon. And the allegation is that on August 7th, 2022, here in Fulton County, Mr. Tuitt did knowingly and without lawful authority possess a firearm after having been convicted of a felony in indictment number 19 CR 0262 in the Superior Court of Cherokee County for the offense of entering an auto in September of 2021. And finally, count 8 charges Mr. Tuitt with a second count of possession of a firearm by a convicted felon. And the allegation there is that here in Fulton on August 7th, 2022, Mr. Tuitt did have on and within arm's reach of his person a firearm during the commission of a felony against and involving the person of another. And that occurred with Mr. Tuitt having been previously convicted of a felony involving the possession of a firearm or the use of a firearm in indictment number 19 SC 171734, not in Cherokee County, but here in Fulton County in August of 2021. Ladies and gentlemen, these 8 charges that I read to you are not evidence of guilt, and you should not consider them as evidence or even an implication of guilt in any way whatsoever. Mr. Tuitt sits before you with a presumption of innocence in his favor, and this presumption stays with him unless and until the state proves beyond a reasonable doubt one or more of the crimes charged. A defendant should not be convicted of any crime unless and until each element of the crime, and I'll be giving you those elements at the end of the trial, each element is proven beyond a reasonable doubt. This burden of proof beyond a reasonable doubt, stays with the state throughout the trial. There's not a point where I hit a button and say, we've heard enough from the state. Let's turn to the defense and see what they have to say. The defendant has no burden at all. This doesn't mean, however, that the state is required to prove the defendant's guilt to some mathematical certainty or beyond all doubt. The state's burden is merely, if it's a heavy burden, to prove guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. And that phrase means just what it says. It is not a vague or arbitrary or speculative doubt. It's a doubt for which you can give a reason, and that reason arises from your consideration of the evidence, lack of evidence, or conflicts in the evidence. And as I've said, the defendant, who is presumed innocent, bears no burden of proof whatsoever. It will never shift to him. Ms. Fagan actually doesn't need to say another word in this trial. I suspect she will, but there is no burden on the defense. If, after you give careful consideration to all of the evidence in the case, you find that your mind is wavering, unsettled, or unsatisfied, that is a doubt of the law, and you must acquit. But if no reasonable doubt exists in your mind as to the defendant's guilt, you would be authorized to convict. The basic structure of the trial is that in just a few minutes, the lawyers will be given an opportunity to present you with what we call an opening statement, which is an overview of what the lawyers think the evidence will be or won't be. It's their forecast of the evidence. It's important for you to keep in mind that nothing the lawyers say in this case is evidence. Their opening statement is a forecast. Their closing argument, which I'll talk about in a moment, is an effort to persuade you, but it's not evidence. Their questions are not evidence. If a lawyer says, "Isn't it true you had a gun in your pocket?" that does not mean someone had a gun in his pocket. If the witness answers no, and you believe that witness, the evidence is that witness didn't have a gun in his pocket. What the lawyers say is not evidence. Once the opening statements are done, I will turn to the state and say, please call your first witness. Witness number 1 will come to the stand, will be sworn in, and witness number 1 will answer the first question. That first answer is the beginning of the evidence in this case. After the state presents its case, The defendant will have an opportunity to present evidence. At some point, I'll say, Mr. Abadi, call your next witness. And he'll say, Judge, the state rests. That means you will have heard all the evidence in the state's case in chief. We'll need to take a break then. A bunch of legal things happen when the state rests. And then when we get back together, I'll turn to Ms. Fagan. Say, Ms. Fagan, call your first witness. Ms. Fagan may call one witness. She may call 100 witnesses. She may simply say, you know what? The defense rests because the defense has no burden. They don't have to prove anything to you. And so she may conclude after the state is done that they did not meet their burden. So she doesn't need to put any evidence up. But a defendant has an absolute right to present evidence. And if that's what Ms. Fagan thinks is the right thing to do, she can call witnesses and get testimony from them. So the evidence that you'll be receiving in this case is going to come in two forms. Primarily, it's witness testimony, what a witness says under oath. Secondarily, no less important, there's just less of it, will be the physical evidence, a photograph, a shoe, whatever it is that exists in this case. And you are to consider both the testimony and the physical evidence that is admitted while you deliberate. At some point, Ms. Fagan will say, the defense rests. That means the evidence is closed in this case. The lawyers will have an opportunity then to give you closing arguments, this effort to persuade you to decide the case in that side's favor. And you should feel free to be persuaded, but keep in mind that the lawyers are not the deciders of the fact. A lawyer may talk until he or she is blue in the face that it was raining the day of the shooting. And you may look at the video, if there is video, and say, it was sunny out. And you decide, was it raining or not? But there's nothing wrong with having the lawyer help you put together the disparate pieces of the case or see how they don't fit together. When the lawyers are done with their closings, I will give you the rest of the legal charge. It's when I'll tell you the elements of each of the crimes charged and talk to you a little bit more about your role as deliberating jurors. During the trial, the attorneys have the right to object if they feel that a question is improper or the answer may get into an area that's not appropriate for you all to hear. My role is to rule on those objections. So that is somewhat like you've seen on TV. A lawyer will say, objection, hearsay. I might choose to hear from the other side as well. And ultimately, I'll either say sustained, which means someone needs to ask a different question, or overruled, in which case we keep heading in the direction we were heading. You all should draw no conclusions from anything I say in making any rulings other than that I think the law is such that a question should be stopped. In other words, I sustain the objection, or the question was okay, and then I overrule the objection. Every once in a while, a witness will start answering a question, and only after the answer veers in a particular direction does a lawyer realize, whoops, this is a problem, and the lawyer may object and also move to strike. If I sustain that objection and move to strike, well, I won't be moving, I'll be striking, I will tell you all to disregard what that witness said. That may seem to you like an unfair direction from me. I heard the guy say he was wearing a blue shirt. I can't unremember that. I promise you that it won't be central evidence to the case. If someone blurts something out and the sides are worried you cannot unring that bell, then what you're going to hear from a lawyer is, Judge, I have a motion. And motion typically means you get an extra break because we need to talk about something outside your presence. And if something happened that is so significant that there's not a way to unwind it, then I might have to declare a mistrial, which is unfortunate because then you go home and we have to start this process all over again. That's a rare event. But I say all that just to assure you, you're not going to be told, hey, disregard this incredibly shocking thing this person just said that changes your whole view of the case. That would probably be a time where I'd have to grant a mistrial. It's usually something somewhat peripheral, but still inappropriate. It's hearsay. Someone said, oh, that guy told me he was wearing a blue shirt. Well, what someone else says outside of court could be hearsay, and I may tell you, disregard what color shirt the guy had. You may never hear again anything about what color the shirt was, but it was an appropriate objection, and I'll tell you to disregard that. As I said, I have to rule on all these things. And again, nothing I say is meant to be a comment on the strength of one side's case, the credibility of a witness. And it's certainly not an expression on my part as to the defendant's guilt or lack of guilt in this case. I'm simply trying to be an impartial arbiter to ensure that the case is tried consistently with the law. Now, you all have a fundamental role as well. You are the fact finders. You decide what happened in this case. And you ultimately decide, has the state met its burden based on the evidence that's been admitted? And while I'll be instructing you on the law that you must apply, you decide the facts. This means you will be determining the credibility or believability of the witnesses who appear before you. It is not uncommon in a trial to have one witness come in and say, there were 7 people at the scene. And another witness come in and say, there were 5 people at the scene. And you got to navigate that. Are they just misremembering? This was 3 years ago. Is someone not truthful? That's the role of a juror, is to put together the pieces that don't always match. And in determining credibility, you'll be considering all the evidence you've already heard, the manner in which the witness is testifying, as well as that witness's interest or lack of interest in the outcome of the case. As fact finders, it will be very natural for you to have questions while a witness is testifying. You will be able to ask those questions, and this is how it works. When a witness is done with direct examination and cross-examination, I will ask you all if you have any questions. And if you do, you'll be given a chance to write them down on those note cards. You'll see 3 stacks on that shelf right there, and you should spread them out so you've all got some. And if you've got questions, write them down. You can write them down in the midst of the witness's testimony. And it may be that they're answered later on. You can cross them out. But at the end, I'll ask Deputy Gordon to collect any note cards that we've got. I will meet with the lawyers to look at those questions, because just like a lawyer can ask an objectionable question, so too can a juror. If your question is improper, I won't ask it. That doesn't mean it's a bad question. It just means legally it's not an appropriate question. And you should draw no conclusions from the fact that the question you wrote down was not asked. It just means that's not one that we can get into with this witness. It may be that this is the wrong witness for it. It may be that it calls for hearsay. But if your question is legally proper, I will pose it to the juror. You don't actually need to identify yourself. Don't put your name on the card. You will not be directly interacting with the jurors, but your questions will be posed to them. That's the way you scratch the itch. Do not get on your phone during a break and say, well, I really wanted to know, how far is your house from where you said the shooting was? Write it down on the card, and I'll ask that witness, well, how far is your house from where this shooting was? It would be inappropriate for you to do outside research to figure that out. I mentioned this earlier, but it's important that you stay dialed in and pay close attention to what the witnesses are saying and what the lawyers are saying. Anytime you need a break, it's time for us to take a break. You also should view the evidence with an open mind and resist the temptation to say, oh, I figured this one out after the first witness or the second witness. You're not going to know the elements of the crime until the very end of the trial. And that's for good reason, because it keeps your mind open. You can't know that the state has met its burden or failed to meet its burden if you don't know what the pieces are that it has to prove. So keep that mind open throughout the proceedings. It also would be inappropriate for you all to begin your deliberations early. Thank you. Is he here? Yeah, he can come on in now. We have an IT person who's going to address a monitor that's not working. Like I said, they have minds of their own. During breaks at lunch, it's going to seem natural to say, hey, could you believe what that witness just said? Or I didn't believe anything. Keep that internal. Don't start your deliberations until closing arguments and you've received the law. You will get as much time as you need. It may be an hour, it may be a day, to conduct your deliberations. But it's inappropriate to start those deliberations after the first witness or the second witness or after the state rests. It's only after the close of closings and the charge that I give you. A corollary of that is that you need to be very discreet about how you interact with people in your private life when you leave court today. Someone in your household may say, how was it? And the answer is, it was great or terrible. You can pick any adjective you want, but don't engage with coworkers or friends or, hey, Mr. Dorsey, come on in, or anyone else, because well-meaning people are going to want to share with you their perspective on, oh, when that happens, I was a juror once, and that means X. And it might have meant X in their trial, but it might mean the opposite of X here. It may have been in a different jurisdiction where the law is different. It wasn't in this case. And so I need you to be boring and circumspect. When the trial is over, you can tell anyone anything and everything about the case. You can write a book, you can make a song. But between now and the time I excuse you as jurors, you need to give one-liners. You know what, the trial's underway, can't really talk about it. It's best if you not even say it's a criminal case, because that's just enough of a prompt for someone to say, let me tell you about the time I was a juror in a criminal case, or, oh, funny, I'm a lawyer, let me tell you what you should expect. You need to walk away from that conversation. Now, if it's houseplants or pets that you talk to, you can tell them whatever you want. They probably aren't going to give you misinformation or bad advice. But otherwise, you need to really not talk about it at all. Ladies and gentlemen, that concludes my preliminary instructions. I appreciate your attention to what I had to share with you. And I'm going to ask Mr. Abadi to present the state's opening statement.
You're going to see over the course of the next couple of days, will be many themes that we're going to come across during this trial. One of them will be how bad we all are with technology. So we're going to ask you to bear with us. Sometimes the videos will lag, the PowerPoints and the evidence as we present them before you. Take a second and you'll probably see the star of the show, the IT gentleman here at multiple occasions, helping us through the next couple of days. I know a lot of you guys, you and your spouses and close family members work in IT, so it will be especially frustrating for many of you. But I can promise you it's way more frustrating for all of us. So I will apologize for all of us in advance, and we will try to move through this as effectively and efficiently as possible as we go through the next couple of days. I know you guys have lives outside of this courthouse, have jobs and family members that are just as important as your job that you'll have here over the next couple of days. 6. This defendant on August 7th, 2022, shot Quatavius Wright 6 times. 6 times at close range. As they were on the 3rd floor of a hallway near where both the defendant and Mr. Wright lived at 1314 Donald Lee Hollowell Parkway at the Parkside Apartments. That's what the evidence will show over the next couple of days. 6 times. One of them being a press contact wound to the chest, ladies and gentlemen. And then 6 other times along the torso and body of Mr. Wright. He is shot at close range. The evidence is going to show that this shooting was senseless, it was unjustified, and it was intentional by this defendant when he shot and killed Quatavius Wright after a verbal argument that they were having in the area where they both lived. Now you're going to learn a lot about the evidence and facts and testimony in this case, but who you're going to learn about is Mr. Wright. You're going to learn from Mr. Wright. He's a son, he's a brother, he's a father, and on August 7th of 2022, this defendant took him away from his mother, his kids, his siblings, and a significant other over an argument, over a stupid argument. Senseless gun violence led to this defendant shooting Mr. Wright not once, not twice, not 3 times, but 6 times. and then flees the scene. Now, you're gonna learn about the area where the shooting occurred. This is the area, the Bankhead area, that the apartment is located at 1314 Donnelly Caldwell Parkway. The evidence is gonna show that the Parkside Apartments was a fairly new apartment complex, that many of the residents have recently moved in, including this defendant and Mr. Wright over the last couple of months, about 6 months. This apartment complex, kind of an area that you guys may be aware of, is that it's about a half a mile or less from the Bankhead Mart station. So you literally can walk out of the apartment complex, take a right, and you can see the Bankhead Mart station for your purposes of kind of helping you know where we are as it relates to where this shooting occurred. This is the front side of the apartment complex. You'll see over the course of this trial a number of photographs as it relates to the shooting scene in itself, as well as the apartment complex itself, the surrounding streets and the surrounding area, like we just talked about, the Bankhead Mart station. What this photograph shows is the front area of the apartment complex. What you'll see during the course of the trial is that the entrance to the apartment complex is here to the left of the screen, and that as you travel through that entrance, you go into a parking lot, and that there's 2 buildings, building 1000 and then building 2000. And what the evidence is going to show is that this defendant and Mr. Wright both lived in building 2000. So you'll travel in through the apartment complex, you'll pass the 1000 building, and then you'll go forward and you'll see a second building, the 2000 building. The evidence is going to show that the 2000 building is a 4-story apartment building, and that this defendant and Mr. Wright lived on the 3rd floor. They actually lived about 5 apartments down from each other. What you're going to hear from several witnesses as they testify from this witness stand is that the defendant lived in apartment 2303 with his girlfriend, Miss Tierney Parks. Most people call her Roxy, and you're going to hear from her as she testifies before each and every one of you. And then you're going to learn that the victim lived in apartment 2308. So it's further down, about 5 apartments down, kind of catty corners. I'm going to describe what the evidence is going to show from where the defendant lived. And what the evidence is going to show, and you're going to hear from, the defendant lived, the victim lived with his girlfriend and longtime girlfriend, Miss Raquel James, and that he lived there with their son and Miss James's daughter, who also lived there. And they all kind of lived in that apartment. Now, this is a photograph as you're going into the apartment complex, and this is a picture of building 2000. And you'll see a series of photographs as it relates to several ways to enter and exit from building 2000, as well as the apartment complex. Like I said, we talked about who the evidence is going to show lived in apartment 2303 and apartment 2308. Now, the evidence is going to show that on August 7th of 2022, at approximately a little after 12:50 p.m., several residents heard several gunshots, heard shots fired. What the evidence will show and what you'll hear from the witnesses is that after the gunshots were heard, people came out of their apartments, peered through the doors, out the doors, and came into the hallway, and they saw Mr. Wright, who had been shot 6 times. The timeline of the events and the evidence is going to show, which drives the entire investigation. You're going to hear from the lead detective, Detective Raquel Johnson, that there's a 911 call that's made by a resident. You're going to hear witness statements that were made to the detectives and to officers. You're also going to see video surveillance footage that Detective Johnson and her team were able to find, not only from the Parkside Apartments, but as many of us talked about, have ring cameras, where Detective Johnson was able to get short clips from residents who lived down the hallway in building 2000. You're going to hear about the viewing of the video surveillance and the importance of it, and why it's important. and how the defendant's clothing that he's seen wearing in the video surveillance is incredibly distinctive. It is part of what the evidence will show as how the defendant was identified. You're going to hear about the defendant's actions after the shooting, as well as a statement he made when he was eventually arrested about a month later, on September 8th of 2022. Now, what the evidence is going to show what kind of forms the timeline of the incident and how Detective Johnson and homicide detectives and officers who arrived kind of started their initial response and where they began to search for video surveillance at the time of the shooting occurred. What the evidence is going to show is that at 12:58 p.m., a 911 call was received by dispatch, and that 911 call relayed that a male was shot and was down at the end of the third floor hallway. That the resident heard gunshots and heard running down the hallway. You're also going to hear from Officer Simon. What Officer Simon is going to tell you and why he's important as it relates to the timeline of the investigation is he was the first responding officer. When I say that in the sense that he responded because he was already on the scene. He's going to tell you that he was there that morning investigating a series of interganos or a bunch of cars that had been broken into Parkside Apartments. And that he had spent his majority of his morning into the afternoon and was there at 12:50 when the shots were fired. He's going to tell you that he heard several gunshots from the area of Building 2000. And once he hears those gunshots, he's going to tell you what his response was. He immediately exited his police vehicle and ran into the direction of Building 2000. He's going to tell you he could hear screaming from third floor or above in Building 2000. He immediately began to canvass the area for the shooters. You'll hear and he'll tell you about the fact that he ran down the side road, which is Pierce Road, which leads you to Donald Lee Hollowell. And he's going to tell you he couldn't find anyone, that he immediately went to tend to the victim. The victim had been shot several times and was not breathing. He's going to tell you that he immediately began to secure the crime scene and why that's so important as it relates to any investigation that occurs. And he's going to tell you that he notified some members of his team, the homicide unit, to come out and begin their investigation. The evidence is going to show that APD homicide detectives arrived and that they kind of arrive as a team, but ultimately Detective Raquel Johnson is assigned as the lead detective on the case. Detective Johnson is going to tell you about how the crime scene was processed. You're going to learn, probably ad nauseum, about how the crime scene is photographed and why it's photographed in the way it is. That a crime scene sketch was done based on the items of evidence that was found on the scene and why that's important. And that ultimately there was a collection of physical items of evidence from around the shooting location where Mr. Wright was found shot. And what you're going to hear about, what you're going to see, is that there were 6 9mm shell casings that were recovered around the area of where Mr. Wright had been shot and left to die. You're going to hear that Mr. Wright was then shot 6 times, and that there was a pink 9mm handgun that was recovered kind of near where the victim was laying in the hallway. You're also going to hear from the detectives and the officers how they canvassed the area. Again, they were canvassing for witnesses, anybody who could provide any information that could help the initial investigation. You're going to hear about the importance of the detectives knocking on doors and asking if anybody had any ring surveillance footage, asking if anybody had heard or knew anything as it related to the shooting and death of Mr. Wright. You're going to hear that Detective Johnson was able to locate video surveillance footage as it relates to the Parkside Apartments and the information that she was able to gather and ultimately collect is that there were a number of cameras scattered throughout the property within the building and in the surrounding areas of the buildings that some of those cameras worked and some of those cameras were not operational, is what Detective Johnson's ultimately going to tell you. And what Detective Johnson is going to talk to you about is that she reviewed that day in the office and was able to download all the footage that she could. And she's going to tell you that she was unable, obviously the camera that was closest to the shooting was not operational. But what she was able to locate, find, and download was a camera that is down the hallway from where the shooting occurred. And that camera captured the shooting. But what I will tell you is it captures it from a distance. So it's not going to be like what we see in CSI and all the other crime scene shows on TV, where even if it's from a distance, they have the technology and the ability to zoom in to where it looks 4K and you can see everything up close and personal. These video surveillance cameras at this apartment complex didn't have that ability. So what you see is individuals based on body language. It looks as if they're arguing. What you can see then is that as they're arguing, you'll see someone dressed in army fatigue, pull the firearm out, and then shoot at close range, who we know, or we learned to be Quintavious Wright on August 7th, 2022. The video surveillance footage that Detective Johnson was able to collect, though the actual shooting is far off, what the video surveillance footage shows is that this defendant and the individual that he was with ultimately identified as Mr. Quinton Forte through the investigation of Detective Johnson. And what the surveillance cameras are able to show as after the shooting occurred, you see the defendant shoot the victim 6 times. You see the defendant then take something off of the victim's body as he lay on the ground. And then you see him open the door of 2303, grab a bag, and then run towards, down the hallway towards the elevator. And then what the video surveillance will then show is that him and Mr. Forte kind of stopped and congregated at the elevator landing area, hit the button. They choose or decide not to wait on the elevator. There's a staircase right next to where the elevator area is, where the surveillance footage shows the defendant and Mr. Forte go down the stairway on the 3rd floor, down to first floor, and run out the apartment complex, or out building 2000, and ultimately across Pierce Road into a field, and then you lose sight of them as they approach or go towards Donnelly Hollow Parkway. As I mentioned, Detective Johnson was also able to get Ring video surveillance footage. And as everybody is aware with Ring footage, it's short clips. She's able to get several short clips similar to or showing similar things as the video surveillance footage that we just discussed from the Parkside apartments. But the main difference is the surveillance clips from the Ring footage has sound. The Parkside apartments video surveillance cameras are not equipped with sound. They're just they just record what's going on. And so you'll be able to hear different things as it relates to what's getting said when the motion activated Ring video records. And some of the things that you'll hear is you will hear and see Mr. Forte kind of yelling at the defendant about what he just did. You also hear Mr. Forte yelling to the defendant, grab my bag, and that's when you see them run to the elevator landing area. And what Detective Johnson will ultimately tell you is that in her review of the footage, the far distance camera where the shooting occurs, and then as the defendant and Mr. Forte run up the 3rd floor hallway where Mr. Wright and the defendant live towards the elevator, she's able to get kind of clear images of Mr. Forte, the defendant again in the elevator area, running down the stairs, and releases those images from the video surveillance footage into the media, on Facebook, things of that nature, through the APD, Facebook, as well as on the news, way that they are able to release, be on the lookout at bolos for suspects and people of interest. And what Detective Johnson will tell you is that she released images like this. An image she was able to take a still shot of Mr. Forte in the hallway directly after the shooting. Images of the defendant in the army fatigue, like I described, with a firearm in his hand. Images of the defendant just after around 12:54 in the middle staircase, as we described, going down to the bottom floor to flee the scene. And based on the images that are released in the media and in different forms, different ways, Detective Johnson gets a Crime Stopper's tip, ultimately from a person identified as Detective Jesus Maldonado. And what the evidence will show, Mr. Maldonado will testify to, is that he was familiar with the defendant based on prior interactions that he had in 2018 with this defendant. You will also hear from the mother of Mr. Quentin Forte. Her name is Almeda Forte. And through Detective Johnson's investigation, she was able to identify Mr. Forte and went to his mother's home, showed the photographs that we just saw, the still images, and she was able to identify the defendant in the army fatigue. Mr. Forte is later spoken to by the detectives. He also confirms the identity of the shooter in this case, Mr. Tuitt. Now, what Detective Johnson will tell you after the identifications were confirmed in her investigation, she then took arrest warrants out shortly thereafter, the identification of the defendant. What she'll tell you is that the case has been assigned to the Atlanta Police Department's Fugitive Task Force unit, and they begin their investigation into apprehending and locating the defendant. What you will hear through Detective Johnson and a member of the Fugitive Task Force is that the defendant was ultimately arrested at East Point at the hotel on September 8th, 2022, with his girlfriend, Ms. Parks, also known as Roxy. And after his arrest, he is taken to APD headquarters. What Detective Johnson will tell you is that she then enters the interview room and she reads the defendant Miranda rights, his rights, the right to remain silent, and things of that nature. And that the defendant ultimately decides to make a statement, to speak with her. And what Detective Johnson will tell you is that as she's speaking with the defendant, he begins to tell her that he was inside of his apartment, asleep, that he had just woken up. And as he was waking up, he heard shots being fired inside his apartment, apartment 2303. After he heard those shots, he then opened his door, was curious about what he had just heard. And as he opened the door, he looked to his left and sees the victim lying on the floor. He tells Detective Johnson he sees the victim not only lying there, but obviously shot, and that he doesn't want to stay around to be involved, doesn't want to speak with the police, so he flees the scene. And you will hear and see on the video, because this interview is audio and video recorded at the interview room at APD headquarters. And what you will see and hear is that Detective Johnson, on a number of occasions, tells the defendant, you know, we have video surveillance footage. You know, this is on video. And you will hear the defendant say, okay, I'm still confused as to why I'm here. And then repeat that he just heard shots from inside his apartment, that he opened the door to see the victim shot, and then he fled the scene and he had no involvement. What you will also hear is Detective Johnson asking the defendant what he was wearing that day. And as Detective Johnson is asking the defendant this, he describes exactly what you saw in the still footages, or still images. The top and bottom and army fatigue, just as you saw in the video surveillance. But sticks with heard shots from inside the apartment, came out from inside his apartment, saw the victim shot on the ground, wasn't involved, left the scene because he didn't want to be involved. You will also hear from some experts in this case. One of those experts will be Dr. Colin Hebert. He is a senior medical examiner here in the Fulton County Medical Examiner's Office. He will tell you that the Fulton County Medical Examiner's Office received the body of Mr. Wright, received the body straight from the scene, the 1314 Donald Lee Hollowell address, that at the medical examiner's office, an autopsy of Mr. Wright was done, and that he was able to determine the cause of death and the manner of death, and that the cause of death was gunshot wounds to his torso, that he was shot 6 times. One of the shots on his chest, like I said, was a press contact wound. The other areas that are shot, his hand and his midsection, were what he would describe as close range. He'll talk about why and how he's able to determine the range of fire of shots to a person. He'll tell you that one projectile was removed during the autopsy. That projectile was sent to the GBI, which you will hear from members of the GBI, the Georgia Bureau of Investigation, as relates to their role and what they did as a part of the investigation here in the murder of Quintavious Wright. Lastly, he will explain to you what manner of death is, and that what he was able to determine the manner of death to be was homicide. Lastly, you will hear from a firearms examiner or expert, Abby Holman, who works with the Georgia Bureau of Investigation's firearms section. She'll explain to you her qualification, what she does, how she does it, the science behind it. And she will tell you how long she's done it and what it requires. She will talk to you about the evidence that she received from the City of Atlanta Police Department, Detective Johnson, the items that were collected from the scene on August 7th of 2022. And what Ms. Holman will tell you is that she received the cartridge casings that were found all around the victim's body. She received the pink 9mm handgun that was found close near to the victim's body. And she received the projectile that was removed during the autopsy. And what she can tell you, based on her analysis and comparisons, that her conclusion was that all 6 of the 9mm shell casings found around Mr. Wright were fired from one firearm. That the bullet removed during the autopsy revealed it was consistent with being fired to a similar list of firearms that the 9mm shell casings were fired from, that she was able to determine. But what she'll also be able to tell you is that the firearm that was close to Mr. Wright, she received it. She'll tell you about the process as it relates to what she does when she receives it. One of the things that she will tell you she does is she test fires the weapon. And she takes those test fires and compares it to the cartridge casings that were found on scene, as well as the other ballistics evidence. And what she will tell you is that none of the ballistics evidence that was found on scene were fired from the gun that was found near the victim. So what's happening? The evidence is going to show the gun found near the victim was never fired. Now, the judge can talk to you a little bit about the importance of taking notes. And I reiterate or urge everyone to take notes, because as good as Ms. Rivers is, she's taking everything that we say down, some things that make sense, some things that don't, throughout the course of this trial. But when you go back to deliberate at the end of this trial, she won't be able to provide you with a real-time live transcript. That's something that occurs later. So your transcript, your real-time live transcript is going to be your notes. Your notes are going to help your recollection as a collective as you're back in the jury room. So taking notes and paying attention is incredibly important to both sides. Now, as you go through the facts and the evidence, I want you to remember that Mr. Wright and the witnesses are now on trial. As the judge kind of talked about and mentioned earlier, is that this was 3 years ago, and that there will be times in which detectives or witnesses will have to use transcripts or reports to refresh their recollection, because they've recorded close in time that they recall certain facts are memorialized in reports. So their refreshing their recollection is a means and a way for you, ladies and gentlemen, to get the best evidence of what occurred back closing time August 7th, 2022. What the evidence is going to show, and what I want you to remember as you're going through the facts and the evidence, is that you will see that there's no excuse or justification for the defendant's actions and conduct on August 7th of 2022. What the evidence is going to show is that this defendant had absolutely no regard for human life when he shot Quintavious Wright 6 times at close range on August 7th. And that his only concern after killing Mr. Wright was escaping responsibility from the actions, the deliberate actions that he did on August 7th. Now, this case is about the conscious decisions, as I said, of this defendant, and the evidence will be clear as individuals testify, as the physical evidence is admitted into evidence during the trial, that this defendant is or was on August 7th, 2022, a convicted felon in the illegal possession of a firearm, that this defendant intentionally killed Mr. Wright after a personal argument the two were having on the 3rd floor in the middle of the day of their apartment complex. That the identification of this defendant will be shown beyond a reasonable doubt, that the statements made by witnesses, the evidence that was deduced from these statements and from the evidence from Detective Johnson corroborate this defendant's guilt. And what you will see is that the defendant's actions after he killed Quintavious Wright show a consciousness of guilt of his actions, his deliberate actions on this day. And at the end of this trial, myself and my co-counsel, Ms. Jones-Connor, will have the privilege and opportunity to stand before each and every one of you again. And you, by the end of the trial, will probably never want to hear any of us speak again, which we don't hold you accountable for that at all. I have a feeling that none of us want, at the end of any trial, want to hear each other speak or learn about the evidence as it relates to our perspective. But at the end of this trial, the evidence will show that this defendant is guilty beyond a reasonable doubt of every count in the indictment. And myself and Ms. Jones-Connor will stand before you and ask that you hold the defendant accountable for the actions that he committed on August 7th of 2022. The shooting of Quintavious Wright, not once, not twice, not 3 times, not 4 times, not 5 times, but shooting Mr. Wright at close range 6 times, ladies and gentlemen, press contact wound on the chest. We'll ask that you hold the defendant accountable for each one of those shots and ending the life of Quintavious Wright by finding this defendant guilty of each count beyond a reasonable doubt. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you, Mr. Abadi. Ms. Fagan?
Your Honor, I am requesting to share screen.
Okay. You should be able to once, the states is down, so it should work. There you go.
Good morning. Good morning, guys. It's 11 o'clock. We're here. Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Nicole Fagan, and I have the privilege of representing this young man whose family all knows as CT, because those are the initials to his name. Ladies and gentlemen, before I start with opening statements, I first want to thank you all for being here. I want to thank you for taking notes and thank you for caring. Ladies and gentlemen, what we are here for today took us a long time to pick all of you on Thursday. And you probably think there's a more efficient way to pick a jury. But the reality is efficiency isn't as important as being right. And what being right in a criminal jury trial is having intelligent and thoughtful people willing to listen to all the evidence, apply the law, and seek the truth. And that's what we are confident we found that in each and every one of you. Ladies and gentlemen, the role of the attorneys is for us at opening statements to provide you a roadmap of what we expect the evidence to show. And what you know, and from your experience and from things that you have lived through, is that a story comes with who, what, when, where, why, and how. And so the state tells you who, the state tells you what, the state tells you where, the state tells you how, they say 666. Ladies and gentlemen, but anything we say isn't evidence. That's not what the evidence, but the state didn't talk to you about why. 5. The state sat there and drove the number 6. 6 shots, 6 shots. But they didn't tell you about the 5 minutes. The 5 minutes that this young man, who the investigator will tell you his name is Smoke. That's what they call him. 5 minutes that man confronted my client for a verbal argument outside of an apartment complex, knowing the police were right there. For 5 minutes, and it is on video. And the video is exactly why that man should not be sitting there. It is at a distance, but it's easily to be zoomed in. And when you zoom in, you'll see for 5 minutes, my client will back away, Smoke will follow. He'll back away, Smoke will follow. There'll be 2 individuals that walk through the confrontation, which eventually brings them up to the top of the steps. And so in the video, it'll look this big, it'll be small. But when you zoom up, what you see is when Smoke goes and grabs his firearm. You'll see it with his right hand when he goes and grabs his firearm, brings it from the back to the front, and that's how that firearm gets on the ground, because my client doesn't let him shoot him first. That's what the evidence will show. 6 shots after 5 minutes of trying to defuse the situation, until the man pulls a firearm. Ladies and gentlemen, the state kept saying it's unjustified because they want me not to say it is justified. Because evidence will show that had he not acted, he wouldn't be sitting there. Ladies and gentlemen, that's what the evidence will show. That's what this surveillance will show. So while they're showing you pictures of the apartment, that doesn't matter. None of that matters except the video. So, again, anything I say is an evidence. Anything the state says is an evidence. So let's talk about some evidence that you'll see. The evidence in this case will be that Smoke brandishes his firearm first. The evidence will be testimony from the eyewitness, Mr. Fort, because what Mr. Fort will tell you, and why the state says this argument is so unnecessary, is because Smoke is confronting my client over a female. For 5 minutes, he's in his face. For 5 minutes, my client's just trying to back away. He's like, the police are right there. What are we doing? It's middle of the day. And it's not until Smoke gets my client up the stairs, follows him up the stairs, pulls his firearm, confronts him face to face. And you know how you can tell from the surveillance video? Body language. Because you'll see the eyewitness, Mr. Fort, he's kind of just walking around. You also see he was also armed. You'll see that he has his back walking towards the apartment, and that at the same time Smoke brandishes his firearm, because remember, there's no audio, you can see him turn around and be like, oh, maybe I should grab my firearm too. Because that's what Smoke was there to do that day. That's what the evidence will show. Ladies and gentlemen, first responders, as the state already told you, they were already on scene. That's why this was never supposed to happen. It's the middle of the day, video everywhere. If my client wanted to just shoot the man, he has 5 minutes to do it. But he never brandishes a gun until Smoke brandishes first. And at that point, he just doesn't wait to get shot. Ladies and gentlemen, you'll hear from crime scene tech, you'll get over 80 pictures. And what you'll see in the video is that how you know that firearm was brandished is because as soon as the shooting occurs, you see the firearm fall. The firearm the state already told you was on the ground close by because it was already ready to shoot my client. Now, ladies and gentlemen, you will have the shell casings, you'll have his firearm, The crime scene even describes the lighter he had on him was also shaped like a small gun. Now you'll also have gunshot residue, kits that never were tested for some reason. Because then they don't want him to say, well, maybe the victim was shooting too. Because that's what the evidence will show in this case. That's what the surveillance will show in this case. Ladies and gentlemen, you'll hear from GBI. You'll hear from the lead detective in this case who spoke with my client. You'll hear from the medical examiner who will also say, wait until you hear how the medical examiner indicates where Smoke was shot. Because he even tries to say there's back shots. The shooting happens in seconds. And you will not once see a back shot in that surveillance. What you will see is my client getting up steps over 5 minutes. We're talking about less than 10 feet of distance. You'll see him get up steps. It's the middle of August. You'll see Smoke grab his firearm with his right arm. You'll see when he goes to move the firearm and Mr. Forte turns back towards the confrontation, because at that point he was walking away trying to defuse. Walking away from the confrontation, and then you'll see the shooting occur. Ladies and gentlemen, you'll hear from my client's aunt, who will come in here and tell you, yes, that's my nephew. You'll hear from Ms. Parks, as the state said. And you'll hear from Mr. Forte's mom, who immediately, when the police came, she told the police it was self-defense. He told me what happened. That is exactly what was said immediately to investigators in this case. So that's the testimony. And as you heard from the judge, you will hear testimony, you will receive exhibits, and that will be the evidence in this case. As far as exhibits go, you'll have the 911, you'll have the CAD report, you'll have the crime scene pictures and the surveillance footage. Please look at body language, because you'll see a gentleman and a young lady walk through the argument probably about 2 minutes before the shooting occurs, 3 minutes into the confrontation. You'll see them walk by, you'll see how they react to what's going on behind them, and you'll see how Mr. Forte reacts at the moment that Smoke retrieves his firearm. You'll receive the autopsy report, and there will be autopsy photos in this case. You will see the ring surveillance. You'll see the crime scene sketch that's not at it looks like things are farther than they are, but you'll be able to tell from that. That's just human error. But in the interview, you'll hear lead detective tell my client, well, we have the video surveillance. And my client says, well, then why am I here? Because if you have it, then you see it was self-defense. So instead, after they arrest him, when they wake him up in the morning, he's like, actually, you know what though? I just heard those shots and I didn't have anything involved. Of course. Because that young man lived a different type of life and was raised in a world that's different than some other people have lived. You'll have firearms report, you'll see the test fires, and that'll come from GBI. So that's what the evidence will be. The evidence will be the testimony, the evidence will be the exhibits, and the surveillance. And you're gonna have to watch the surveillance a bunch of times, because you really have to zoom in, because it's at the very end of the video, and it's a shame because they have one of these circle videos up top, but it wasn't operational. But if you zoom in, you can see the body language, and you clearly see when Smoke's arm is at a right angle, grabbing his firearm first. And so my client just didn't let him shoot him first. But that doesn't mean that young man should be sitting at this table. That's what you guys are here to decide. Ladies and gentlemen, the evidence will show that Smoke started this entire confrontation over a female, that my client and Mr. Forte consistently diffused. It's the middle of the day in August, the police are outside already. That Smoke retrieves his firearm first, that he continued to threaten my client's life. And you can tell from Mr. Forte's body language when the entire time he was just kind of walking around like, we're arguing over a female? What are we doing? You don't know the police are right here. We don't need to be doing all this. But it wasn't until Smoke grabs his firearm that's when you realize, oh, Mr. Forte has a firearm too. Because he starts to make sure that he's not the one that gets got. Ladies and gentlemen, the evidence will show that Smoke would not stop. After 5 minutes of arguing, when he finally pulled his own firearm, the evidence will show that he would not stop. Ladies and gentlemen, at the end of trial, we'll be able to speak to you again during closing arguments and how the law applies. But we're confident that we have found a group that is willing to look at all of the evidence, apply the law, and seek the truth. Because that young man is not guilty for each and every count. That young man should not be sitting at that table. That young man should not have to be shot in order to not sit at that table. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Fagan.
Thank you, Your Honor.
So ladies and gentlemen, it's a little after 11. We could take a quick break now if some people, yes, okay, we'll take a break. Here's how it works with breaks. I'm going to try to keep this one to just 6 or 7 minutes because it's closer to, we're going to have a lunch break soon enough. But when I send Deputy Gordon back there, if you all aren't done, you say we're not done. I can't always keep it as short as I want because something comes up with the lawyers that we need to talk about. But again, that space is yours, snacks are yours, water is yours. Don't talk about the case while you're back there, and we'll see you in 6 or 7 minutes, assuming you say you're ready for it. Okay?
All right, security, please. Take that up. All right, security. Man.
All right, you all can be seated. I did the Jackson Deno order Friday. It hit the docket this morning, so you can look at it, but thank you for sending the video. It is available for either side to use. When I say the video, just the interview with it. The video actually has an officer using the restroom on it, but his camera was the one that recorded the interaction. And I found that Mr. Tuitt was properly Mirandized and that the only questioning from the detective prior to Miranda was purely biographical. What's your name? Where do you live? That kind of stuff. So the entirety of Mr. Tuitt's interview with the detective is, if the right foundation is laid, is otherwise admissible. Anything from the state before you break? You've got witnesses ready to go?
Sir.
Okay. Ms. Fagan, anything from the defense?
Fair.
All right. I'll see you guys in about 5 minutes.
Oh, sorry, the custodian is gonna be Alicia Nelson.
Okay.
I know that, I'm not sure if that was, I may have left her off of the short list.
This is in lieu of Chevette Parker or Carmen Gregory. It's the 911 custodian. If you smooth that over with Ms. Fagan, there's no issue. All right. Can I see you for a second?
Ms. Fagan? All right, let's bring him in, please.
All right, Juror. I'll do as the president accounted for.
Thank you, Deputy Gordon. Everyone else can be seated. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are at the point where I will ask Mr. Abadi to call the state's first witness.
They will call Ms. Alicia Nelson.
Raise your hand. Do swear affirm that testimony will be able to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. Again, you know you have a seat. Can you state and spell your name for the record?
Alicia Nelson, ALICIA NELSON.
Hey, good morning, Ms. Nelson.
Good morning.
Can you tell the jurors how you were currently employed?
I work for Atlanta Police Department as an open record specialist.
And how long have you worked with the City of Atlanta Police Department as an open record specialist?
As an open record specialist, 3 years. For the city, 9.
Okay. And can you tell the jurors as an open records specialist, are you one of the custodian of records as it relates to City of Atlanta Police Department items and documents?
I am.
Okay. And does that include things like 911 recordings?
It does.
Does it also include CAD reports?
It does.
Can you tell the jurors what is a CAD report?
It's a computer automated dispatch report. And it just records everything that we receive from either the call taker or on scene.
Okay, and when you say it records, how does things, descriptions of things, get input into the CAD report?
They're input by either the call taker or the dispatcher.
Okay, and when someone calls 911, can you tell the jurors, is every call recorded?
It is if it's within, it is, all calls are recorded.
Okay, and can you tell the jurors after a call is made and it's recorded, how are the 911 calls stored that allow you to have access to them?
We have servers that store our 911 calls.
Okay, and we talked a little bit about the CAD report, but can you tell the jurors the information that we find inside the CAD report, when is it generated?
It's generated upon discovery of whether or not the call is within our jurisdiction.
Okay, it's fair to say it's generated at the time of the specific 911 call that it's correlated with.
Correct.
Okay, and are both the document, the CAD report, and then the 911 call recordings, are they kept in ordinary course of business as it relates to your position as an open records specialist with the City of Atlanta Police Department?
They are.
Okay. All right, I want to show you the state's exhibits. Exhibit 3, and if you will take a minute to look at them and let me know if you recognize them. Okay, and do you recognize, start with state exhibit 2?
Yes, this is the incident detail report or the CAD report.
Okay, and can you tell the jurors how are you able to recognize it as a CAD report related to this case?
I previously reviewed it.
Okay, and can you tell the jurors, does every CAD report have a unique or individualized case number related to the case in which the 911 call, is assigned?
Yes, it has its own individual incident number.
And is that how you're able to, recognize this CAD report, being related to, the crime that occurred on August 7th of 2022?
It is.
Okay, and let's start with, State Exhibit 3. Have you had an opportunity to review what's on, the USB or jump drive?
I have.
And, after your review, do you recognize it?
Yes, it relates to the incident detail report.
Okay, and, is it the specific 911 call, that's related to, the CAD report in State Exhibit 2?
It is.
Do both, documents that you, the document that you have in front of you in State Exhibit 2 and then the recording in State Exhibit 3, they fairly and accurately, depict, the CAD report that was generated for this incident and the 911 call that was, made and recorded, as it relates to this incident?
They do.
Time Your Honor, the state would tender what's been marked as State Exhibits 2 and 3 in evidence.
Any object?
No objection.
No objection. They're both admitted.
Now, I'm gonna bring up the CAD report. Right. There we go. Now, can you tell the jurors, what are we looking at in State Exhibit 2? You described it as a CAD report, but, can you kind of go through the specifics that we're looking at, in, the CAD report?
So it's the incident detail report that depicts all of the information received on the date of the incident. So it shows the incident number, the date that it was created and the time, as well as when it was closed out.
Then the incident number that you referenced, that at the top of State Exhibit 2, the 222-191-003.
Correct.
Can you tell the jurors, when was the call, I guess, received by dispatch for this incident, the case number we just referenced, 222-191-003?
1:58 and 16 seconds PM.
Okay. And can you tell the jurors, does the CAD report, I guess, show or indicate when an officer first arrives on scene?
It does.
And can you show the jurors where on the CAD report it indicates that information? Okay, and within that event section, can you tell the jurors what else is reported or recorded as it relates to the specific incident times for events in that section?
So it reports when dispatch received it, when dispatch dispatched that first unit, when they started or were en route, as well as when they arrived, and then once it was closed out.
Okay, and as it relates to the second page, page 2, can you tell the jurors, does that page, I guess, show each officer that responded to the scene on August 7th of 2022?
It does.
Okay, and can you tell the jurors, we talked a little bit about that the reports generated at the time of the calls made, who is inputting the information that we see here?
Initially, it was input by the call taker.
Okay.
And then once units were on scene, dispatch began inputting the information received from the officers on scene.
Okay, and can you tell us the difference between, you said the first part is input by the call taker,
Mhm.
and then you said then the dispatcher takes over.
Mhm.
What do you mean by that?
Well, the call taker is receiving information from the citizen that's calling in, and dispatch is receiving information from officers on scene. So they'll both be entering. You'll see the first part is from the call taker, and then dispatch will start speaking because she sent it over to dispatch. So even though the call taker may still have that person online, they can both enter information into the CAD.
Okay, and when you say call taker, that's the person who answers or receives.
The 911 call.
Okay, and then as it relates to the dispatcher, is that someone who has a similar role but is getting information from officers who arrive on scene?
Correct.
Okay. And the 911 call that's on State's Exhibit 3, can you tell the jurors how, I guess, as it relates to records being stored with the City of Atlanta Open Records Department, how you're able to store a specific 911 call as it relates to any specific case number?
Well, it's not stored by case number, it's stored by date and time that it was received. So we can go in and locate it based on the CAD.
Gotcha. Granted, this time the state's gonna publish State's Exhibit 3,
All right.
hopefully.
You're choosing not to use the new hardwired option.
Probably, I'll do that.
No, you can try it this way, but been forewarned.
Well, Zoom.
Hello, I want to receive a call from your phone. Yes, I'm at 1314, this is, I'm at 1314 Dollar Hollowell, and it's a guy that got shot, okay, hold on, stand on my, let me bring it in, okay, hold on, okay, hold on, hang up. I don't know, give me your phone. Okay, yes, ma'am. 1314, Dolly Hollow Parkway, to the house, yes, ma'am. Part-time, where is he located at? He's on the second, I'm on the third floor. Mel is on the second floor, at the end of the hall, at the end of the hallway. Okay, hello, on the ground. Hello, Ray. What's that? Yeah, what's that, Mr. Beaver? 1314 Dolly Hollow Parkway, 1314 Dolly Hollow Parkway. It's gonna be at a apartment. Mel is on the second floor, Mel is no, third floor, he's on the third floor. Mel on the third floor. So, he's on the third floor, is that correct? Yes, ma'am. Hold on for me, I'm just gonna type that in. Is there a gate code to get into the that? Yes, ma'am, I can wait for somebody outside to, let them in the gate. Okay. Do you have a description of her name? Oh, go ahead, Greg. Ma'am, go ahead, Greg. What is the number of your account from in case you get disconnected? 678-409-3727. And what is your name? My name is, Visa, boy, Visa. Okay, tell me exactly what happened. I don't know, I was inside and I heard some gunshot. Yeah, I'm on the phone, 911 now. I just heard, oh, okay, it's a police officer that just pulled up. Okay, I have a few more questions to ask, okay? You said what happened? I said then what? And that's it, I heard somebody running down the hallway, I looked outside. I looked outside and I was got laying on the ground. All right, and are you with the patient now? No, I'm in my door, but I can see him. Okay, and how old is the I'm holding down phone. I know, how old is the patient? Hello? Hello?
Thank you, Ms. Nelson. Your Honor, I have further questions pending, redirect.
All right. Ms. Fagan, do you have any questions for Ms. Nelson?
Just a few. Ms. Nelson, do you still have the exhibits before you?
I do.
While on the 911 call, you hear the 911 caller indicate that officers had arrived, correct? And yes or no for the court report?
Yes, I'm sorry.
And and on the CAD report, at what time do you have it that it indicates officers arrived?
2:01 and 54 seconds.
2:01, and the phone call being at 1:58, correct?
Correct.
And on the CAD report, it indicates that there were over 100 people at the apartment that day, correct?
What line are you referring to at what time?
Fifth from the bottom by Leah Lyons.
Yes, that's
So there
correct.
were over 100 people out there that day, correct?
Correct.
Now, have you had the opportunity to review the surveillance in this video?
No.
Nothing further, thank you.
Any redirect?
Just, I have one question. The defense counsel asked you about the line that said over 100 people.
Correct.
Can you tell the jurors, what time was that, generated or, given to the dispatcher?
At 4:15 and 47 seconds.
At what time?
4:15.
Gotcha. Thank you. No further questions.
Jurors, any questions for Ms. Nelson? Nope, seeing none. Thank you, Ms. Nelson, for being here. You can leave the exhibits right there. The lawyers will take care of them. Thank you for your time. Next witness?
State would call Officer, Simon.
Is that Officer DeCary?
Here is Simon, yes.
Oh, Simon is the last name.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
You face me and raise your hand. You swear affirm that the testimony will give the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, and God. Yes, sir. You know that. Will you state and spell your name for the record?
First name Decary, Decary, last name Simon, Simon.
Say, good, morning, officer. Can you tell the jurors, where you are currently employed, sir?
Oh, the city of Atlanta Police Department,
Okay, and, how long have you been with the City of Atlanta Police Department?
7 years now.
And, can you tell the jurors, within the City of Atlanta Police Department, are you assigned to, any specific, zone or unit?
Right now I'm in, Zone 6, East Atlanta.
You said Zone 6, East Atlanta?
Yes, sir.
How many zones are within, the City of Atlanta?
There's 6, 7, including the airport area.
Okay, back in, August of, 2022, can you tell the jurors, were you still assigned to Zone 6 or a different zone?
Different zone.
And what zone were you assigned to back in, August of 2022?
Zone 1.
Zone 1?
Yes.
And can you describe for the jurors, the area in which Zone 1, covers within the 6 zones?
Donley, Hallowell, Howell Mill area.
Okay. And, back in August of 2022, did you hold the same position within the City of Atlanta Police Department?
Yes.
And can you describe to the jurors a little bit about your training and your responsibilities and duties back in August of 22 as a Zone 1 officer?
Proactivity, answering 911 calls.
Okay. As an officer in Zone 1, do you respond to all calls, or are there specific calls that you respond to?
On calls.
All calls?
All calls.
Okay. Now, can you tell the jurors, back on August 7th of 2022, were you on duty?
Yes, I was.
Tell the jurors, what shift did you work back in August of 2022?
Day watch, which was from 6 till I think around about 2 p.m. 6 a.m. to about 2 p.m. in the afternoon.
4 hours, of 6 a.m. to 2 p.m.?
Yep.
And yes or no, correct?
Yes,
And can you tell the jurors, did you respond to any calls that morning of August 7th, 2022?
I did.
All right, can you describe for the jurors where and what types of calls are you responding to?
The whole day, mostly a lot of, I was saying code names, but larceny from auto calls, mostly the whole day.
Okay, you said code names. What do you mean code names?
We call it 45 A's.
Okay, so I want to show you what's already been entered into evidence. States Exhibit 2, the CAB report. You see at the top of some incident type code 50.
Yes.
Can you tell the jurors what is a 50 code?
Person shot.
Okay. So can you tell the jurors, do you recall where you were dispatched to as it relates to entering autos or if entering auto or larceny of the vehicle?
Well, I wasn't dispatched. I was already there when it occurred
Okay.
on another, dealing with the vehicles being broken into. So I was already out on that scene.
Okay. I'm sorry, my question wasn't clear. So when did you actually get dispatched for the entering autos, and where were you dispatched to?
Twice, one at like around about 8 in the morning, went back out, probably like around about 12, been out there for like an hour. And it was over at 1314 down in Hallwell Parkway,
Okay. And is that a business, an apartment? Do you recall?
apartment complex.
Okay. I want to show you States Exhibits 6 through 11.
Just there.
Yeah. Yeah. So I'm gonna show you States Exhibits 6 through 11.
Okay.
You'll just peruse those and let me know if you recognize what's depicted in States Exhibits 6 through 11.
Yeah, it's an apartment complex. I don't know the names, but that's the 1314 down in Hallwell.
Okay, so is that the apartment complex that that you responded to? Let's start with State Exhibit 6.
Yep.
Do you recognize State Exhibit 6?
Yes.
What is or State Exhibit 6?
Just a GPS location of the address of the location where the apartment complexes are.
Kind of like a Google map of where you responded?
Yes, it is.
And does it fairly and accurately depict the area in which you responded on August 7th of 2022?
Yes.
And then States Exhibit 7 through 11, you described those photographs of 1314 Donnelly Hollowell, Atlanta.
Yes.
Okay. And do they fairly and accurately depict the actual location, the apartment complex that you responded to on August 7th that morning?
Yes, it is.
Semi-auto statement tender was marked to States Exhibit 6 through 11 into evidence.
No objection.
They are admitted.
In a second, you're gonna see States 6 before you. Okay, here we go. And, mark on the screen, okay?
Okay.
All right, and States Exhibit 6, can you circle for the jurors where on that map you responded to back on August 7th, 2022? Now, based on, how long did you work in zone one?
About 5 years and a half.
Okay. And in the time that you worked in zone one for about 5.5 years, can you tell the group based on your experience and number of years in that location, is the Bankhead Market Station pretty close to the apartment complex that's located at 1314 Donald Lee Hollowell?
It is.
Okay, is it walking distance?
Yes, you can walk there.
And in State's Exhibit 7, can you tell the jurors, is that the one of the buildings of the apartment complex that you responded to?
Yes, it's the front of the building.
Now, can you tell the jurors when you got to the apartment complex, where specifically, I guess, did you first respond to as it relates to the car break-ins?
It's gonna be in the back of the apartment complex,
Okay.
the south area of the apartment complex.
So in State's Exhibit 8, can you tell the jurors this is the entrance to the apartment complex?
Yes, it is.
Okay, and when you say the back is, if you're looking at the middle of State's Exhibit 8, all the way, I guess, to the back of the photograph, is that the area that you're referring to, or is it even further?
It's further back. That right there is the front.
And in State's Exhibit 9, do you see the white cars kind of through the area of the trees?
Yes.
Is that the area of the parking lot that you, I guess, initially responded to as it relates to the car break-ins?
Yes, it is.
Okay, and would you mind circling that for yours so they can be clear? It's where on the exhibit you're talking about. Okay, so it's the furthest back on the State's Exhibit 9, and it's kind of to the middle, I guess, right side of the exhibit. Is that correct?
Yes.
All right. Now, when you first responded, how long were you there, I guess, investigating the car break-ins?
Probably like maybe 40 minutes, almost to an hour.
Okay. And can you tell the jurors, were there a lot of car break-ins or just one?
There's multiple, maybe like 16 plus vehicles got broken into.
And you said after you left that first time, you were dispatched back to the apartment complex?
Yes.
Can you tell the jurors why?
You had some residents that came out that stated, despite them getting case numbers for every vehicle, they had items that were stolen. So I had to document those as well.
Okay. So do you recall about what time you were dispatched to return back to continue your part of the investigation for those car break-ins?
I can't recall the time frame.
Okay. Are we talking, you think it's lunchtime, still in the morning?
I can't recall. It's probably like a little bit, maybe after like 12:30, maybe like 1 o'clock, maybe.
Okay. Now, when you got there that afternoon, can you tell the jurors how long, why you were there that second time? Did anything else happen that caught your attention that was other than the Henry Autos that you were continuing your investigation on?
As I was sitting there entering the property inside the my computer, as I was sitting there, it just heard like gunshots rang out.
Okay. And when you said you were sitting there, can you describe to the jurors, are you sitting in the same area where those white cars in States of the 9 is depicted?
Yes, a little bit more to the right side, kind of like facing the building.
And if you see all the way to the far right of States of the 9, if you see the end of this building, building 2000, are you behind, I guess, the building? Is that where you're parked?
Yes, behind the building.
Okay, and can you describe to the jurors as it relates to, I guess, your ability to see kind of inside building 2000, can you?
I can,
Okay.
from where I was sitting, yes.
That you heard shots being fired, how many shots did you hear that you can recall?
I can't recall how many. Now, sound-wise, sound like a rifle.
Okay. And what did you do when you heard shots?
Got out my vehicle. I think I was trying to approach. I had a rifle in the back. I think I kind of hesitated on grabbing that. And as I did that, I think I heard another shot, if I'm not mistaken. And I was like, just forget it. So I started going towards the building.
Okay, and were you alone or were there other members of the police department
No, I was by myself.
by yourself? And I guess after you heard the next gunshot, where did you first go as it relates to your investigation of the gunshots?
Where I heard it from, because it's very close. So I went to the back gate.
Okay. And now, when you first got in your car and headed towards, is it building 2000?
I believe so, yes.
Okay,
Yes.
and in States of the 10, do you see the entrance there of building 2000?
Yes.
Can you tell the jurors, when you are running from your vehicle, are you on the opposite end of building 2000?
Yes, I am.
And when you get to similar opening like you see here in States of the 10, but on the other side, can you tell the jurors, do you initially go into building 2000? What do you do?
When I came around or
First
before,
thing is you approach the building, what do you do?
try to enter inside the gate. The gate was locked and I had to go around the whole building.
Okay, and what do you do next as it relates to getting into the building or seeing?
I don't remember if somebody let me in or maybe the gate was already open, but I think somebody pretty much let me in though.
And after you are let in, can you describe to the jurors, what do you see?
I do see people in the hallway, asking they heard shots and they was pointing in the direction and I just ran all the way to the back of the building, pretty much where I was at in the back of the apartment complex. And from there, people standing at the edge of the end of the building, pointing upstairs. So I gradually made my way upstairs.
Okay, and when you make your way upstairs, can you tell the jurors, what do you encounter?
Went up, I'm not sure how many flights of stairs though, but I think maybe like the fourth, maybe the third level. I think that's the highest one. I'm not mistaken.
Okay,
And I'm sorry.
what do you, so you get to the left, third or fourth level, what do you see?
I see a young male laying on the ground, multiple gunshot wounds.
Okay, and after you see the male laying on the ground with gunshot wounds, what do you do next as it relates to looking for or canvassing for any shooters?
Yes.
What do you do?
Pretty much I'm instructing everybody to get inside their apartments because there's a lot of people in the hallway, just so I can assess the scene, try to close it off for investigative purposes. By that time, I already had called other units to come out there, and as well as the supervisor.
Before you entered the building, did you attempt to go down, I guess, the adjacent road to building 2000 Pierce Road, looking for any activity or anybody running down that street?
Yes, I did.
Okay, and were you able to locate or see anyone running down the street with guns or that looks suspicious?
No, but prior to me running, when I got out of my vehicle, before I actually went into that back gate, as I was trying to get in, I actually saw an individual running. Not sure if they had anything to do with it. And since I didn't get in the gate, that's when I actually ran around on the side of the building. Most likely they had went out the back side of the building, right where this picture is right here, supposedly.
They went out the opening that you can see in States of the 10.
Yes.
And when you say you ran around the back side of the building, was that where you see 2000 up in the top, in my right hand corner of the exhibit? Is
Yes.
that where you ran around?
Yes.
Now I want to show you States Exhibits 12 through 52. You had an opportunity prior to your testimony today to look at photographs that are contained within exhibits 12 through 52?
Yes, I did.
And in your review of photographs, did you recognize state exhibits 12 through 52?
Yes, I viewed all of these.
And can you tell jurors what do state exhibits 12 through 52 depict?
Just a crime scene of the males where, as well as location of the blood splatter and also the shell casings and the items that was around them.
Okay, so to state that it's 12 through 52, each photograph represent building 2000 and the things that you described that you saw when you entered in building 2000 and went up the flight of stairs.
Yes,
Do they fairly and accurately depict what you saw that day?
yes, it is.
I remember the state tender was remarked, states that it's 12 to 52.
No, Judge.
Those are all admitted.
Okay, now, can you tell the jurors, once you said you were telling people to go back into their apartment, they didn't see anything?
You said, did they see anything?
I believe the last thing you talked about it when you got to where the male was lying shot, that you were telling people to go back into their apartments.
Yes.
And can you tell the jurors, as it relates to securing the crime scene, how was that done when you were on scene and other members of the City of Atlanta Police Department arrived?
Pretty much just widen out the view of the crime scene area, even if it was downstairs, blood splatter that was on the next level, close that off as well to everybody, just so the investigators could come in.
And how many officers, if you can recall, after you arrived, were dispatched to the location?
I can't recall, like 15 plus.
Okay, and I guess did you and the other members that arrived kind of work in conjunction or together to keep everyone out of the crime scene from all ends of the building?
Correct, yes.
Okay, and can you explain to the jurors why you did that and why that's important?
Just to preserve the crime scene, whereas despite, wherever the males that suspects that were involved in this incident could have dropped something, also for video camera footage as well, and to make sure anybody that actually stays there doesn't tamper with anything that's already up there.
I'm gonna show you States Exhibits 22 and 23. It should pop up here in a second. All right, and say to the 22, do you recognize the area that we're looking at in this photograph?
Yes.
And can you tell the jurors at the top of the stairs, if you're looking, are you looking down from the top of the stairs as it relates to the scene in States 22?
Yes.
And the male that you described, would he be at the top of the stairs?
Yes, right behind that photo.
You see, I guess, the opening or the balcony area, you can see in the middle of States 22.
Yes.
You described to the jurors where you were parked in relation to that opening where you can see the parking lot.
A little further back where the blue Taurus is that you see on the top right. If I'm not mistaken.
I think it's States Exhibit 23. Do you see that area of the parking lot?
Yes.
That closer to where you were parked as it relates to where you were, sitting, entering the property that had been taken?
Yes.
Now, once you and other members of the City of Atlanta Police Department kind of secured the crime scene, can you tell the jurors kind of what you did next as it relates to your role as one of the first responding officers to the scene?
Just to get a crime scene log, everybody that stepped onto the scene, make sure investigators came out, homicide, crime scene technicians came out, to take pictures and to obtain any evidence that they need for the investigation.
And how long, or about how long did you stay on the scene that day after a homicide and other members of the City of Atlanta Police Department arrived from the crime scene tech unit?
It was a while. I can't recall, when I left the scene.
Did you play a role as it relates to the homicide investigation, the crime scene processing and photographing?
As being a first responding officer, yes, but other than that, just try to close off the scene, make sure everybody was good.
When homicide detectives arrived, did you provide them the information that you had,
Yeah, as much as I could, yes.
And can you tell the jury why you were there? Did a crowd kind of form after officers and detectives arrived after the shooting?
Yes, it did.
Tell the jurors a little bit about that.
Crowd kind of formed on one of the photos. I don't know which number photo that was, but right on the side of building 2000, crowd kind of formed outside of there. Yeah.
That we're seeing the area where the crowd formed in front of, you see it in States Exhibit 10.
Yes, right outside of that building.
While you were on scene, did Mr. Wright, the victim's family mother, arrive?
I can't recall. I can't recall if she did. I'm pretty sure she did.
After kind of relaying the information that you've described for the jurors today to the homicide detectives that arrived, and then doing the crowd control that you just described, did that complete your kind of role as it related to this investigation?
Yes.
Your Honor, I'm looking further pending redirect.
Ms. Fagan, questions for Officer Simon?
Yes, ma'am. Good afternoon, Officer Patton. How are you?
Yeah, how are you doing?
I'm doing well. So first and foremost, the first set of pictures that we looked at, that's the side that the elevator is located on, correct?
I don't know what the elevators are located at.
Okay. The first set of pictures that was shown to the jury, that's not the side where the alleged victim was found, right?
No.
He was on the other side,
Yes.
correct?
Can we put the picture up I'm sure they'll help you put it up, but we saw lots of sides of buildings, so I want to make sure I'm following.
Okay. So we started with States Exhibit 10. And so in States Exhibit 10, this is not the side that the alleged victim was actually found on, correct?
Correct.
And so on States Exhibit, was it 22? So from States Exhibit 22, the person that was taking that photo was close to the alleged victim's body, correct?
Correct.
And from that location, could you see where it was that you were doing your report in your vehicle at that time?
Yes, like was stated like a little further back behind the blue Taurus, I believe. Yeah.
Okay, but my question is, if you were standing right there, would you have been able to see you?
Most definitely.
Okay, so if a confrontation was occurring on those stairs, they could potentially see an officer 100 feet away?
Yes.
And when you arrived to the stairwell, when you found the alleged victim lying on the ground, you also found a firearm close by to him, correct?
Yes, I did.
In this case, did you actually watch the surveillance?
I did not.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Any redirect?
Very briefly, prior to your hearing gunshots, how close would you say you are to that balcony area, your vehicle?
Foot-wise or from the gate, the black gate at the bottom, I say roughly like 60, 70 feet outside of the picture's view.
Prior to hearing the gunshots, did you hear any loud yelling or loud arguing or anything like that?
I did not.
Nothing further.
Any questions from any juror for Officer Simon? Nope. All right. Thank you, sir, for your time. You're good to go. Appreciate it.
Have a good one.
Mr. Abadi, we're going to break for lunch in a few minutes. Is the next witness a quick one, or should we get started, or should we just break for lunch now?
Have a good time, break for lunch, start quick.
Your investigator is saying break for lunch. Okay. All right. Ladies and gentlemen, we are underway with the trial. So it's important when you go to lunch that you not talk about the case with each other. You get to eat wherever you want. You don't have to eat just as the 13 of you. And it's fine to mingle and interact. Just talk about everything else other than the case. You're going to leave your notepads in the jury room should you be heading out for lunch. And let's aim to be back by 1:25. It's a little more than an hour, but that's because this is your first time doing this. Tomorrow, we'll try to have lunch be just an hour, and you may say, hey, we can do it in 50 minutes, but I want to make sure you have enough time to get there and chew and come back. You're welcome to bring food in if you just want it to go. Again, nothing in glass or with metal cutlery. Any logistical questions? Seeing none, if you'll head on back there, we'll see you back at 1:25, please.
All rounds adjourned.
All right, you all can be seated. Ms. McCoy, you are free to have lunch with your daughter. You cannot talk to her about what goes on in here when she's not in the courtroom, okay? I can't talk about the case anyway, but you may say, oh, just this mild logistical detail. These people are talking about this or that. You guys should talk about anything and everything other than what's going on in here, okay? Thank you. Mr. Abadi, anything from the state before we break?
No, Your Honor.
Do you forecast having enough witnesses to get us through to close of business, whenever that is?
Yes.
Okay, good. And if you have a witness who needs to be moved around in the building, make sure you let Deputy Gordon know in advance so that happens. Ms. Fagan, anything before we break?
No.
All right, thank you, everyone. Let's be back around 1:25, please. And I will mute things here in the courtroom. Ms. Rivers, are you ready? Okay, let's go back on the record in State versus Tuitt. Mr. Tuitt is here with Ms. Fagan. We've got our prosecutors here. And Deputy Gordon tells me that juror number 5 would like to chat again. So let's bring her out, please. Hello, juror 5. How was lunch?
Not good.
Okay. As in you didn't appreciate the food?
No, spent free time crying, because I'm already having an internal conflict.
Okay. Just take a deep breath and tell us what's going on.
Yeah, basically this being apart, since Thursday, like I haven't really slept very well, I don't really eat very much, again, I'm thinking this. I don't know what I'm gonna say, like I said, and this is really, I'm trying to figure out someone else's life, and mine is kind of shaken right now, I'm trying to do that, or the evidence.
Mhm.
I'm really shaking myself, so I'm not really sure how I can focus on anything here. I want to present you with the paperwork from my therapist and my psychiatrist. Again, I already have to take headache medicine, like tension headache as well.
So why don't you get me that paperwork? Thank you.
It looks like everyone makes sure your phone up, okay? Walk off, it's out, put it in your pocket, in your purse. Thank you.
So, Ms. McCoy, tell me, you've heard from a few witnesses so far, none of whom shared anything particularly dramatic. What about what you have seen and heard so far makes you concerned that you couldn't continue to process things?
It's part of my OCD, related to a specific thing, which I don't wish to share. But, throughout the course of coming here, checking, things like that, and it's already happened, and it's kind of thrown me back into that loop of, compulsions.
When you say checking, I'm not sure what you
That's
mean.
part of, checking compulsion.
Oh, you're checking, not that we checked you in some way. Okay, okay.
For me, it's like already happened. I think this is just a stressful situation, because it's heightened everything. I'm trying to understand the court's time, got that.
It's important we have this conversation. You're not wasting anyone's time. I'm curious how it is that you and the medical professionals caring for you think that it's appropriate in a month for you to be a flight attendant again. A plane experiencing turbulence or an engine failing is 150 million times more stressful than anything you will see or hear or do here. And that seems like a real big leap from I can't process a jury trial that's not about me and I'm merely passively receiving information to now I'm going to be a frontline care and safety worker on a 200-ton object going through the air at 600 miles an hour.
That's not what my OCD is related to. So it's like doesn't quite correlate. Sorry, I get what you mean in terms of safety and risk. But I'm used to that environment.
Mhm.
It's gonna be this environment, and again, someone else's fate. I don't know what you want to say.
Okay, no, I don't want to say anything. I'm listening to you. I'm going to repeat that, this isn't about someone else's fate. What a jury decides is, did the state prove its case? Yes or no? If the state did, per the standard that you'd get, et cetera, then the jury is authorized to say guilty. If the state failed to meet its burden, the jury is required to say not guilty. It is really that clinical. Did the state prove its case or not? Now, we're all humans. We know guilty means there's probably going to be a sentence. Jury doesn't play any role in that. You're not even in the building when sentencing happens, all that kind of stuff. I'm not prying, and if you don't want to answer this, that's okay. But you said, look, my words, not yours. I don't get stressed in an airplane. That's not a trigger for me. Is whatever was behind the journey you've been on relate to being in court? Is there something about being in court? No. Okay. So this is different from being on an airplane. But it is still, this is part of life. And these doctors say you're about ready to re-engage with everything.
Just at this time, yes, I'm on my way back to work. Not on anything that pushing me back that way. And I guess this is one of the things that is triggering me. And now I'm worried about if I can go back to work.
What about this is triggering?
Honestly, I've already said it, so I don't want to repeating, I do think it's the personal responsibility involved with deciding the case, and that's part of what OCD is about. Sometimes it's personal failures or personal responsibility, and that's the trigger.
Okay. All right. Mr. Abadi, do you have any questions for Juror 5?
I don't.
Ms. Fagan?
Yeah.
Okay. I'm going to give you these. Are these copies?
I have.
I can keep these? Okay. I'm going to hold on to the paperwork. And I'm going to have you go back to the jury room. Okay. Thank you.
If I can take a break.
Anytime. You just say break time and we take a break, and we don't say, Ms. McCoy, why? Not at all. It's like, hey, it's time to take a break. The lawyers appreciate it because they get a break. Now, not every 5 minutes, but if it falls outside the normal cadence, that is okay.
Just for clarity, you guys still want me here?
We're going to talk about it, but I think so. All right. Thank you. Deputy Gordon, can you share these with the lawyers, please? Thank you. It's 2 letters from medical providers. Ms. Fagan, while the state is looking at them, I'll start with you and then we'll flip-flop. You can look at the letters, they're short, and then I'll hear from the state. I'll not make you have to guess what I'm thinking. I feel like this is someone who can still be involved, may need to take breaks. We may want to decide right now that's our alternate, but in some ways, I don't know why we would need to do that, because if we excuse her, then the first alternate, well, we have no alternates. If we excuse her, we're done with alternates. So if it makes you all more comfortable, if you've got concerns, we could, if everyone agrees, say, we think she can make it through this, but she's going to be the alternate, or handle it a different way. Your thoughts, Mr. Abadi?
I would agree with what the court just said, keep her, but have her as an alternate juror.
Okay.
As an alternate juror.
All right. So that if she navigates all the way through, that is our alternate.
Yes.
Okay. Ms. Fagan, your thoughts?
I would request not to put her as an alternate at this point yet.
Okay. I don't think we need to make that decision because, as I said very inartfully, if
we reach the conclusion, let's say tomorrow at lunch, that she needs to be excused, it doesn't matter who was wearing that label, then we're down to 12. And everyone else is forbidden from not serving as a juror. Based on the conversations that we've had, I'm inclined to keep juror 5. Do you agree with that, Ms. Fagan?
Yes.
Okay, that's what we'll do for now. Mr. Abadi, anything before we bring the jurors in for your next witness? Who is your next witness?
Raquel James.
All right, Ms. Fagan, anything before we bring the jurors back in?
Don't think I specifically invoked the rule earlier, so I just want to make sure that.
No, no one did, but then that doesn't mean it's been waived. I didn't think about it either. But Mr. Abadi and investigative team, make sure that anyone who you know is going to be a witness is not in the courtroom, and same on the defense side. We've actually had lots of people in court, which is great. It's an open space. They just need to be people who aren't likely to be called as witnesses. And with that, let's get the jurors, please.
All right, for the juror. Come on in, man. So the president accounted for.
Thank you, Deputy Gordon. Everyone can be seated. Welcome back from lunch. I forgot to check, but it sounds like you had a piece of paper in there that described a few lunch options. Like you didn't just hit the street and sort of follow your nose somewhere. Good. If you didn't go, the cafeteria on Washington Street actually has a good bunch of selections, and it is not all that expensive. I don't get a cut or whatever you do there. We have found, talking amongst the judges, that that's a good place to go. You need ID to get in that building. It's a government building, but it's quick enough that you can go there, something different each day, and be back. There is American Deli right there. Did anyone do American Deli? I hope we see you tomorrow. All right. We are ready to continue with the state's case. We've heard from a few witnesses, and I'll ask Ms. Jones-Connor to call the state's next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. State calls Ms. Raquel James.
Raise your right hand. Raise your right hand. Do you swear affirm that the testimony you give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Yes. You may have a seat. State, spell your name for the record.
Raquel
And your last name?
James.
Okay.
Thank you, Ms. James. And if you could spell your first name for the record so our court reporter has it.
Rockell.
And James, James.
Yes, correct.
All right, well, good afternoon now, Ms. James. I want to turn your attention back to a Sunday in August of 2022, August 7th. Do you remember where you were living back on August 7th, 2022?
Yes,
Okay, where were you living?
Parkside Apartments
And how long at that point had you been in Parkside Apartments?
for about a year.
And were you living in the apartment by yourself?
Yes,
Did anyone else stay with you?
yes.
Okay, who stayed with you?
My kids,
How many kids?
2,
How old were they back on August 7th, 2022?
7 months and 9.
And were you in a relationship at that time?
Yes, with my child's father,
And who is that person?
Quintavious Wright.
Now, I'm going to show you what has been previously marked and shown to Defense Counsel as States Exhibit 1. If you could, take a look at States Exhibit 1 and let me know if you recognize it.
Okay. Yes, that's him,
And when you say him, who are you referring to?
Quintavious Wright.
True and accurate depiction of Quintavious?
Yes, it is.
All right, this time the statement's under States Exhibit 1. No objection.
It's admitted.
Permission to publish.
Yes, ma'am.
In just a moment, Ms. James, you're gonna see States Exhibit 1 on that screen in front of you. All right, looking at States Exhibit 1, Ms. James, who do we have here?
1 second, because there's something on the screen that's blocking it.
One moment.
Oh, if you'll tap stay muted, put your finger right or your knuckle, that'll do it.
Okay.
Thank you. Sorry about that.
Who do we have in States Exhibit 1?
We have Quintavious Wright and his 3 kids.
And your children, I know that you said Mr. Wright was your child's father. Which one of those is you?
The baby,
The baby. And how old is he in this photo?
couple of months.
Now, you said that back then you were staying at the Parkside Apartments. Do you remember the address of Parkside Apartments?
I do know my door number, 2806.
Okay. And which floor were you living on
3rd
at the
floor.
apartments? 3rd floor?
Yeah.
In one moment, I'm gonna show you what's been marked as States Exhibit 7. Sorry, there's just a tiny lag. Okay. Looking at States Exhibit 11, can you see that on your screen?
I do.
Okay, do you recognize what we see there?
Yes.
What are we looking at?
We're looking at Parkside Apartments.
Okay, and which street would we be on if we're looking at this part of Parkside?
Dunley.
Okay, is that Donnelly Hallwell?
Yes.
Okay. And where you stayed, which, I guess, side of this building would it be on? If you can see it.
On the other side.
Okay. So the back side of what we're looking at now?
Yes.
Okay. Do you remember which building number?
No, I do not.
And I'm going to States Exhibit 8. And then States Exhibit 9. Do you recognize the area in either States Exhibit 9 here or States Exhibit 8?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Orient us if we're looking here at States Exhibit 9. Where would your apartment be from here?
To the right side
Okay.
of the police car.
Right. Now, you and Quintavious were in a relationship at the time. How long had y'all been together back at that point in August of 2022?
5 years.
5 years?
Yes.
And particularly on that Sunday morning, do you remember seeing Quintavious?
I do. I do.
Okay. Tell me about how that morning started.
Um, woke up, he was in the living room. He was kind of upset because I went out last night. So I just ended up leaving, going to get my nails done.
And were your kids at home that day?
They were.
Both kids?
Yes,
And when you ended up leaving around, what time was that, if you remember?
that I don't recall.
Still morning, afternoon?
Morning.
Morning, okay. And when you left out, were you by yourself? Were the kids staying? What were you doing there
Left out with the kids.
with the kids?
Yes,
And did you drive at the time?
I did.
Okay. And where was your vehicle parked, if you recall?
In the middle of the buildings.
Now, we were just looking at State's Exhibit 9. You said that your building, your apartment would have been to the right of that police car.
Yes,
Were you parked there?
I was.
Okay.
Further.
And when you say in the middle, what is it in the middle of? Like the area where you're parked?
2 buildings.
Okay. So one is your building,
Yes.
and then one is, do you remember the number on the other building?
No.
Okay. If I am standing in between the 2 buildings facing a street, on which side would your building be?
To the left.
To the left, okay, and the other building's to the right. So your building where your apartment was on the 3rd floor is
My
to your
left.
left?
My left.
Okay. Here we go, okay. I'm gonna pull up States 10. Just to see if we can get a better view of the area. Do you recognize the area we're looking at in States 10?
I do.
Okay, and orient us, is this the building you're referring to, where you were parked?
It is.
Okay, and is this the side of the building you were parked on or the opposite side?
It was.
It was,
The side I was parked.
okay, so if we're looking at States 10, I'm gonna make this into a touch screen if you can. Okay, if you can, using your finger, mark where you would have been parked on that morning of August 7, 2022.
Wait. Yeah,
Like in front of those meters or whatever that is stuck on the wall?
correct.
And do you recognize any of the vehicles we're looking at there?
Mine.
Is that your vehicle parked in that spot?
It is.
Okay, and what type of vehicle were you driving? I'm sorry.
A Nissan Altima.
Okay. Now, behind your vehicle, we kind of see a hallway. If we were trying to get to your apartment, how would we get there from here?
You either can go up the stairs right when you go through the door, or you can catch the elevator and go to the 3rd floor.
If I'm going to the elevator, how far, roughly how far is it from where your car is?
It's a bit of a walk.
Okay. And then your apartment would it have been closest to the elevator or the stairs?
The elevator.
Okay. Now, that morning, you leave out of the apartment. Is Quatavia still on the couch in the apartment when you leave out?
He is.
Okay. You leave out with your children and you head to your car, is that right?
Yes.
Okay. Tell me what happens from there.
So I went downstairs, put the kids in the car. But I forgot something. I forgot my child iPad. So I closed the door, ran back up there to get the iPad. And I did not see Quintavious in the house when I went up there to get the iPad. I came back down, got back in my car, and was speaking to my mom. and telling her that I was bringing the kids over so I can go get my nails done
And when you say speaking to your mom, is this in person or on the phone?
on the phone.
Okay.
Not too long ago, getting off the phone with her, he calls me and asks me, am I okay? And that he loves me.
He
So,
being Quintavious?
yes, Quintavious was right. After that, I heard gunshots.
Over the phone you heard them, or you were close enough to wherever the shooting was, you could hear it?
Close enough. So I was in the car and I heard the gunshots.
Did you see anything at the point at which you heard the gunshots?
Other than after the gunshots went out, I seen two boys running from out the gate past me.
Now let me back up just a little bit. You're still on the phone with your mom when you hear gunshots. Do you remember roughly how many?
No,
But more than one.
definitely more than one, like it sounded like, yeah.
And you were saying you were close enough, so they sounded close to where you were?
Yes,
Okay. Now, before those gunshots went off, did you hear anything else going on in the complex, in the building?
no,
And you stated that after the gunshots, you see two people running past your car, is that right?
yes, that's correct.
Okay. And in your car, which seat are you in?
I am in the driver's seat.
Okay. And are both children in the back?
They are,
Anyone else in the car with you?
no,
And when you see the two individuals, you describe them as males, is that right?
that's correct.
Two males. When you see them running past, do they come on your driver's side or the passenger side?
The driver's side. And I also asked them, what was that? And they stated probably some firecrackers when they ran.
Now, your building, how long had you been living there?
For about like a year and a couple of months.
Do you know if there were any cameras as part of the building?
Yes, they were.
Where were they located?
They were located everywhere, like by the elevator, by each end of the complex, by the stairs, in the stairwells.
Did you have a chance to look at some footage related to those video cameras?
Yes,
Okay. Did it show accurate depictions of the footage or the cameras that would have been by the elevator or on the different floors?
yes,
And when reviewing that, you actually, I'm gonna approach you with this, with what has been previously marked as State's Exhibit 5 and shown to Defense Counsel. After viewing that footage, were you able to provide your signature to confirm that that was indeed an accurate depiction of your apartment complex?
yes,
And looking at State's Exhibit 5, is that your signature or your initials on State's Exhibit 5?
yes, that is.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would tender State's Exhibit 5.
Ms. Fagan, any objection?
Your Honor, we object to authentication and foundation.
Do you want to, based on what I've heard, it seems like the state has met its burden. Tell me where you think there's a deficiency, or you're just preserving the objection.
Well, Your Honor, my concern is that this witness has only been given whatever the state had provided versus the actual apartment complex coming in, showing all their videos that they have and saying that this was physically taken from our device, put onto this USB, and no alterations or deletions have been made.
Okay. I don't know that all those steps are required, but if you want to inquire about apparent alterations or deletions, you're welcome to do that. And I think that will be something for cross-examination as well as to the weight the jury might want to give this particular video.
Absolutely, Your Honor, I'll just ask one more question. Ms. James, in reviewing that footage from the apartment complex, you also being present that day, did any of the footage that you reviewed appear to be altered in any way?
No,
Any deletions that you noticed?
no, not at all.
Your Honor, with that, I would renew the state's moving to tender State's Exhibit 5.
Okay, I'll admit it over objection.
Thanks, sir.
You're welcome.
Now, in addition to the cameras that were outfitted by the apartment complex, did you yourself have any cameras for your apartment?
Yes, I did.
Okay. What type of cameras?
Spring camera
Okay.
that was mounted
And when you say mounted, where was it in relation to your door?
on the third floor above my door.
And so it would have been mounted towards the ceiling?
Yes, correct.
Okay. And then facing out towards, what would it capture?
The walkway.
Okay.
Yeah, the front, yeah,
And when you refer to walkway, is that kind of what we're looking at here in State's Exhibit 10?
correct.
That in between?
Yes,
Okay. And then that footage from your Ring camera, did you have an opportunity to preserve any footage tied specifically to August 7th of 2022? Or any recordings from your Ring camera that were from August 7th, 2022, the date of the incident?
say that again, because I didn't understand the question.
Did you have any recordings from your Ring camera from August 7th of 2022?
Yes, I do.
Okay, and did you keep those recordings or provide them to anyone at any point?
Yes, I did.
Who'd you provide them to?
The investigator that came to the scene.
Okay. And did you have a chance to review those same Ring cameras or Ring video footage before today?
Yes,
I'm gonna approach you with what has been previously marked and shown to defense counsel as State's Exhibit 4. In looking at State's Exhibit 4, do you recognize anything on State's Exhibit 4?
other than my signature. No.
That's your signature on State's Exhibit 4?
Yes, it is.
And in reviewing State's Exhibit 4, was it a true and accurate copy of the Ring videos that you provided to law enforcement?
That is correct. Yes, it is.
Did they appear to have any alterations or deletions?
No, not at all.
Your Honor, at this time, the state will tender State's Exhibit 4. No objection.
Okay, different providence, no objection. I'll admit 4. Question about 5. What I've got on the exhibit list says cameras D2 through D79. How many different videos are actually on 5? I just want to make sure you had an exchange with Ms. James where she said, I looked at something and it fairly inaccurately depicted my recollection of what things looked like that day.
Gotcha.
But if there are 92 videos on there and she didn't look at all of them, then I'm going to need to revisit Ms. Fagan's objection.
Understood, Your Honor. In showing Ms. James the video we played through, but not in its entirety, we had her look at a snippet of each one of them, which is a total of
She looked at each one that's on the video. She may not have watched it in its entirety, but she
Yes.
looked at each one.
yes. the
Each
snippet
camera is providing a different
snippet
angle.
Of each camera.
Okay.
Yes.
All right, then I'll leave my ruling as it is. I just wanted to confirm, is that correct, Ms. James? You didn't look at just one video from the apartment cameras as opposed to your own. You looked at multiple?
I did look at multiple.
Okay.
Now, Miss James, after the gentleman have run past your vehicle, what do you do from there?
I get out the car and I run upstairs to my apartment.
And which way do you take running upstairs?
I went to the right. No, to the left.
Elevator or stairs? Let me ask that.
Stairs.
Okay. And do you make it to your apartment? Let me ask that.
I did.
And what do you see when you make it up there?
I see Quintavis right further down, laying in a pool of blood, and a lot of people surrounding him.
Is he at your apartment?
No, he's not directly in front of my door, but he is on the same floor in the same apartment.
Is he closest to the side where your vehicle was parked or the opposite side of the building?
The opposite.
Now, I'm going to show you beginning with State's Exhibit 5.
You're gonna try to push this through Zoom rooms?
No, we're
Good.
coordinating between the two to hopefully make it quicker. And while Mr. Abadi is pulling that up, I want to go back through some of the things that I will pull up on the video. But when you left out of your apartment heading down to your car with the children, would that have been captured on any? Would that have been captured on any videos?
Yes.
Okay. It should come up. We're gonna show you camera angle 56 from State Exhibit 5. And in just a brief moment, there we have it. Starting at timestamp 12:24:50.
So we're working through this for the first time. We've got a couple new pieces of equipment in the courtroom. It's on the two screens the jurors can see. You're gonna also push it through. It should be able to push through Zoom. If not, then we'll just need to have Ms. James looking at one of the big screens. And I'll find out from tech how we have it pushed through Zoom as well.
I would ask to have her look at one of the big screens because we have an audio one and we've.
We're good, so we'll just do that, but I noticed that Ms. James like, hey, when's it gonna be on my screen? And I don't think it will the way we're doing this, but it should be on those two screens. So if you need to turn your chair a little bit, you're welcome to do it.
And are you able to see State's Exhibit 5, that camera angle on the big screen, Ms. James?
Yeah.
Okay. If we can back it up just a little bit again, I know we stopped and then played it again.
Questions, I'll fix it.
Okay.
It's very good.
Now, we saw it and we're trying to kind of work through again our new tech, doing our best. But we see an individual walking down the hallway with what appears to be children. Do you recognize anybody in that snippet? Yeah. Okay. And if we are positioned right now where the camera is, are we near the elevator or your apartment?
Apartment.
Okay. Can you see your apartment door?
I do see him going inside of it.
Yeah, see if this still, oh, it doesn't, but if you could point on that big screen to your apartment door. Okay. And you are walking towards what at this point?
Elevator.
Okay. Now we're gonna go forward. You stated earlier that after getting in the kids in the car, you forgot something, was that right?
Yeah.
Okay. Now resume at hour 12, 43 minutes. It was 00 seconds. Do you recognize anyone at this point?
That's me.
Okay, and what are you doing at this point?
Walking from my apartment back to the elevator.
And again, during this portion of time, did you come into contact with Quintavious at all?
No.
Now, you stated that you also had Ring camera footage that you provided to officers. Is that right?
Yes.
Or the detective, excuse me.
Yes.
Okay. Did you recognize, I guess, yourself or any voices at any point while reviewing the Ring footage from that day?
Did I recognize myself?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. Did you recognize any other voices or any other people during your review?
Yes, I did.
Who?
From my Ring camera, I witnessed Quintavious. I witnessed 2 men.
And how'd you recognize the 2 men?
Put in the time and the time of when the incident happened together. So basically when they ran.
So when you're saying you recognize 2 men on your Ring camera footage, these are the same 2 men who ran past your car?
Correct.
Okay. Do you remember anything notable about what they might have been wearing, either one of them?
Hats.
Now, in just a moment, we're gonna pull up State's Exhibit 4.
Will you share, is your device in Zoom rooms?
No, Your Honor, because this is the part that has audio and we keep getting the feedback if we're in Zoom and share audio.
We got it to work before. The device you're using is the one with your name on it?
Mhm.
Okay, so it's in Zoom. Share your screen and let's see what happens, please. I don't think you need to share the audio. Don't click the share audio box. You're just sharing your screen, so we'll see the video. The audio will come out of the larger screen here. That way Ms. James can look straight ahead and Ms. Fagan and Mr. Tuitt can see what's on. It shouldn't slow down what's there. That's still the full feed. Let's see what happens.
Fingers crossed.
So I interrupted Ms. Jones-Connor. This is your Ring camera footage? Is that what one sees with your Ring camera, Ms. James?
Not what's on the screen right
That
now.
way.
Oh, that's not
I'm
what's
sorry.
on the screen. We're back to.
This is the elevators. So
Well, while we have it up, we will stay on State's Exhibit 5. I'm sorry, Ms. James. State's Exhibit 5, do you recognize who we see here in State's Exhibit 5?
yes, that's myself.
Okay. And this is at timestamp 12 hours, 41 minutes, and when you made that statement, 0 seconds. And what do you have in your hand there, if you can recognize it?
I have a fan.
Okay. And then we see,
iPad.
oh, I'm sorry, go ahead.
I see a fan, iPad, and a purse.
The iPad that you went back upstairs for to keep the little ones entertained, is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. And just pausing here, just so we can orient ourselves again. If we are standing where you were before you got into the elevator, which direction would your apartment be?
Standing where I was on the camera.
Yes.
Left,
So if I'm standing,
coming off the elevator.
let me do it a different way. Elevator is this wonderful contraption we have here,
Yeah.
and I'm standing like you were holding the fan and the iPad.
Is the direction of the orange arrow I drew or the opposite direction? If we were going to your apartment? Because you were standing facing the elevator, and so would you go orange arrow direction? Would you go the opposite direction, or is it actually behind you?
To the left.
So follow the orange arrow?
No,
That's my left.
yeah.
What's your left? Because you were standing facing sunlight.
Yeah, so if I turn around, I'm
Okay,
going to the left.
okay, so green arrow is the direction of your apartment?
That's correct.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. James. Now turning to State's Exhibit 4, which are the ring videos. We should be able to see those in a second.
Hold my screen.
And we're starting with ring video 001. It should have some audio.
Yeah.
Audio is not working through the Zoom.
Is it something different on that screen? It's not, we're still looking at the elevator. I
Yeah.
can't see
Oh,
what's
you're
on the big
right.
screen. Oh.
Try sharing through. Stop sharing, then reshare. Thank you. And maybe let's try.
Is there supposed to be audio
There's
with
supposed to
that?
be audio with that.
Um,
To try a second one.
is your volume on? Or it may need to be. So that's not good.
It's when I'm not sharing via Zoom, it doesn't do that.
But what if did you turn you unmuted or you just turn the volume is up on your computer? It just was muted?
Yes.
The volume on the video is up.
Okay, so just push that through those. I'll get technical input on if there's a way we could watch the video as well. So unshare, thank you.
I believe we cut it short in the beginning. I'm just gonna replay ring video 001. There's a slight delay with that audio beginning, but did you recognize any voices or anything in ring video 001?
No, I couldn't hear.
For now, we're gonna move to, still in State's Exhibit 4, but 6105. We got better luck on this.
These are more ring, this is another ring
Yes,
video?
yes.
Okay.
Recognize any voices or anyone in States 4, but 6105.
I do.
Who do you recognize?
I recognize Quintavious' voice and someone else's voice.
Okay. Can you make out anything about what he's saying? I don't know.
All I heard was, I'm a real killer nigga. And he said, I am too. Quintavious.
And do you recognize the other voice that we hear?
I do recognize the voice, but I don't know who. Well, I can understand what that voice is saying, but I don't know who is saying it.
Okay, so you don't know who the person is, you just hear that there's another voice.
That's correct.
Okay. Now, I'm then gonna play 6106 from the ring camera footage. Do you recognize the two individuals we see run past?
I do.
Okay, and how you recognize them?
By seeing them run past me and then seeing them on my camera.
These are the same ones that ran past your car after you heard the gunshots?
That's correct.
Okay. And did you know either individual before this?
I did not.
Do you know whether they lived on your floor or anywhere else in the complex?
I did not.
And we hear someone make a comment about a bag and you tripping. That individual had heard their voice before, either in person or on your ring camera footage.
Yeah, from the footage of the ring camera the one you just showed me before, that one.
Okay. With the argument.
Correct.
Okay. And did you hear Quintavious' voice at any point during this footage?
I did not.
One moment. Now, Miss James, at some point when you went upstairs, were you able to see Quintavious, or were there a lot of people around? Were you able to make it to him?
I was able to make it to him.
Is he responding to you?
No.
Is he moving at all?
No.
Has police arrived on the scene?
They did.
Do you remember how many officers?
No.
You don't, it's years ago, I understand. At some point, did you talk to the police?
I did.
And did you describe the same events that happened that day taking your kids down to the car, hearing the gunshots, running back upstairs?
Yes, I did.
And at some point, did you receive information or have any questions tied to a pink gun or a pink firearm?
Yes.
I'm gonna show you with what has been previously marked in State's Exhibit 78 and 79. You could please take a look at State's Exhibit 78 and 79.
Sure.
Let me know if you recognize it.
Yes.
How do you recognize 78 and 79?
How do I recognize it?
Yes,
It's been mine. Pink.
you said that it's yours?
Yes,
That is your firearm that you owned?
that is.
Okay, and this is a true and accurate depiction in the photos, both 78 and 79 of your gun as it would have been in 2022.
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, State would tender State's Exhibit 78 and 79.
Ms. Fagan, any objection to 78 and 79?
No objection.
They are admitted.
And in one moment, you'll see State 78 and 79 on the screen in front of you. The one that's actually sitting on the desk, I'm sorry. Okay, starting with State 78. And then State 79. You said that this was your firearm, is that right? I need a yes or no for the court reporter.
Yes.
And do you remember seeing it on that Sunday morning of August 22?
Yes.
And where'd you see it?
In my house.
And was it typically carried by you or someone else?
Me and him.
When you say him, who are you referring to?
When Tay was right.
One moment, Miss James. In a moment, I'm going to approach you with what has been marked as State's Exhibits 98, 99, 100.
Okay.
Take a look at States 98, 99, and 100. And let me know if you recognize anything about those photos.
I recognize these are the two dudes that I seen run past my car.
Which one are you looking at when you say that?
I'm looking at the one in the green with the hat that I described earlier.
Sorry, so when you said the two dudes, you recognize the two dudes, were you looking at States 98?
Oh, yes, correct.
And then you had moved to States 100, actually. And you said you recognize that as what now?
The dude I was describing earlier with the hat on. And
States 99?
99, that's the dude who also ran past my camera and also ran past me while I'm sitting in the car.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would tender States Exhibits 98, 99, and 100.
Ms.
No
Fagan?
objection.
No objection. They're all admitted.
I'm going to publish, starting with States Exhibit 98. Beginning with States Exhibit 98 on the screen in front of you. The individual towards the bottom of States 98 with the backwards hat and something appearing to be a firearm in his hand. Do you recognize that individual?
I do.
And is that one of the individuals who ran past your car after the shots?
He is.
And in States 98, you see another individual wearing a mask and holding what appears to be a bag of some sort in his hand. Do you recognize that individual?
I do as well.
Is that one of the two individuals you saw running past your car after the shots?
Yes.
And you don't know either of these people by name or nickname or moniker or anything like that?
No. Not at the present moment. No. Not
Pardon
at,
me? Not at what?
not at that actual moment. No.
Okay.
This individual, do not know in States 99, do not know a name or moniker for this person.
No.
Had you ever seen them at the complex before?
No.
What about the guy with the backward baseball cap and the camo outfit?
I never seen neither one of them until I looked at my footages before August 7th. Then I realized that they've been around.
So including the individual we see here in States Exhibit 100,
That's
reviewing your ring video, you realized you had seen them before at the complex, but hadn't really noticed. Is that fair to say?
yes, correct. Multiple times.
Now, I'm gonna go back to States Exhibit 5. To show one more of the angles we reviewed. Should come onto the screen shortly. Starting at 12:54:22.
Does this have audio or no audio?
No audio.
All right, in the future, if there's no audio, if you would do share here as well, so we can all see it. Thanks.
I'm gonna pause here at 12:55:09. Ms. James, if you could, who's that touch? Oh, never mind. If you could stand and point on the large screen for me, where would you have been at this point? Here. And we saw two individuals come from this breezeway and you see them kind of at the top of the screen there. Do you recognize those two individuals?
Yes.
And who are they?
It's a little bit of on my ring camera.
And they're the same ones that we saw in States Exhibit 98, 99, and 100.
Yeah.
Okay. You can have a seat, Ms. James. Thank you, Ms. James. I don't have any further questions.
Okay.
Ms. Fagan, questions for Ms. James?
Yes, Your Honor, thank you. Good afternoon, Ms. James.
Hello.
Your apartment complex, so there's two entrances and exits, correct? To the buildings?
Yes,
And your apartment was located towards the elevator side, right?
correct.
And then down the hall, there's another stairwell, correct? To go up and down out of the building,
Yes,
right? And so for you, each time you came in and out of that apartment building, you came in through the elevator side, correct?
each time I came in and out.
Right.
No,
Okay, so there was a time that you went to the other stairwell side?
No.
Okay,
Yes, it was. I'm sorry.
okay. And which time was that?
Time?
Right, so we saw you at 12:41 when you leave with your kids, correct?
Yeah.
At that time, you went down the side with the elevator, correct?
Yeah.
We saw you again at 12:43:50, correct?
I guess.
And that's the time where you had the iPad and the fan, correct?
I guess. I'm not sure of the times.
And at that time, you also went down the elevator side, correct?
At what time?
12:43:50,
Yeah.
and that was the elevator side, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Yes or no for the court reporter,
Yes,
ma'am?
yes, yes.
And then when you came back in through the elevator side, correct?
I came in multiple times, so I'm not sure.
Okay, at what point, at which one of those times that I just mentioned, did you come in from the side not on the elevator?
Say that again.
At what, 12:41, you leave with your children, correct?
Okay.
Correct?
I guess. I'm not sure of the times, but okay.
Okay, at some point in time, you leave with your children.
And don't worry, no one's trying to lock you into a specific time. It's just what it said on the video. So
Yes, yes, yes. I understand. I
I mean,
just
to
don't
say I
know.
knew it was 12:43:01.
Okay.
Correct. Okay, so I'll stick away from times. So you leave with your children, right?
Right.
Put your children in the car and realize you didn't have the iPad.
Yes.
Okay, when you left at that point, you left through the elevator side, correct?
Yes.
When you came back in through the elevator side, correct?
To get the iPad, correct.
When you grab the iPad and you leave again, right?
Yes.
Because at this point, your children are in the car, you got to hurry, right?
Yes.
Now, when you leave to bring the iPad to the children, you leave through the elevator side, correct?
Yes.
And then when you hear the gunshots and you come back to your apartment,
Yes.
you come back through the elevator side, correct?
The elevator side,
Yes.
but yes, but I didn't go on the elevator.
Oh, right, I'm not asking about the
Okay.
actual elevator, but each time, that was the entrance and the exit that you used, right?
Yes, correct.
When you would come home and when you would leave your apartment regularly, is that the side you would be on?
That's correct.
That's where you would park, that's where you'd enter, that's where you'd exit, correct?
Sometimes,
Okay,
depending
and so what would it depend on?
whether the gate is broken or not,
Okay, can you
or
explain?
the elevator isn't working. So I will go on either sides of the building to get to my apartment.
Okay. Now, and for Mr. Wright, did he have nicknames?
Did he have what?
Nicknames?
Yeah,
And what is his nickname?
he had a nickname called Smoke.
And for Smoke, when he would arrive, did he have a vehicle?
No, he didn't.
Okay, so if he would arrive, would he come through the elevator side or the other side?
Just depends, like I said.
Now, you indicated that when you left with the children, was he in the apartment at that time?
When I left with the children,
Right, the first time.
yeah, the first time when I left out the door, yes, he was in the house.
And then within a couple minutes, you realized you didn't have that iPad, right?
Yes.
And before you even pulled out of the parking lot, you ran back upstairs, correct?
Yes.
Yes?
Yes.
And so when you came back, at that point, you indicated that he was not in the apartment at that time when you grabbed the iPad,
That's
right?
correct.
And so do you recall the camera showing, or the state specifically saying 12:43:50? Do you recall that time being the time that you left with iPad?
No, I don't recall it.
Okay. Now, so you don't recall 12:43:50 being the time that you left with iPad?
No, it was so long ago.
Now, 12:43:50, when you actually leave with the iPad at that point, do you recall, you indicate he wasn't there. Do you recall seeing your firearm at that time when you walked in the house?
I wasn't looking for it.
Okay.
Where did you all keep it in the house?
Kept it up,
Was mean,
up away from the kids in the closet somewhere.
So when was the last, now you indicated to this jury that you had seen it earlier that day in your house. Where did you see it at that point?
Mm, it was up
Okay, so when you told this jury that you had seen it that day, where did you see
in my house, put up
it? Where?
in the closet, like I stated before.
Now, when you left at 12:43:50, he was gone, and at that point, you didn't know if the firearm was gone?
Say that again?
When you left with the iPad, did you at that point realize the firearm was gone?
No,
Now, you said that the question was, if he uses the gun, you indicated that it was typically carried by you and him, correct?
yes, yes,
Now, is there a reason, did he own his own firearms?
no,
Okay, is there a reason that you would share a firearm?
for protection,
Okay, and is he allowed to own firearms?
unaware.
Hold on, there's an objection.
Your Honor, can we take this up outside the presence of the jury?
Um, we can, what's the relevance of your question? Assume for a moment that maybe Mr. Wright wasn't supposed to have a firearm. What's the relevance of that with this witness?
Was the question supposed or not supposed?
Suppose he, for whatever reason, is not supposed to have a gun. How is that relevant?
Well, I think that testimony will then indicate as far as the justification on behalf of Mr. Tuitt.
We're not going in that, you should ask other questions and we'll revisit the topic of Mr. Wright outside the presence of the jury, but you should press on with different questions.
So when you bought the firearm, when did you buy the firearm?
I don't remember.
Where did you buy the firearm?
Pawn shop, I believe.
And did you buy the firearm before you were in a relationship with Smoke or after you began the relationship with Smoke?
I don't remember.
Do you know what caliber the firearm was?
Meaning, like,
Shoot 9mm rounds or
oh,
45s?
9.
9mm? And do you know what type of firearm it was?
Yes,
And what type of firearm was it?
it was a 9mm.
Do you know what brand it was?
Yeah, but it's printed on the picture, so I don't know about.
I didn't hear you.
It's on the gun. It's printed on the gun.
Understand, I'm asking you, you purchased that firearm, correct?
I did.
What type of firearm did you purchase?
A 9mm
Okay,
firearm.
but you don't know what brand,
What?
but you don't know what brand.
No.
Now, you indicated that when you had brought the kids back the iPad, now we're in the vehicle the second time, okay? Now, you said that at that point you received a phone call from Smoke, correct?
In the vehicle, yes.
Right. And do you have an idea about what time that was? Was meaning towards the gunshots, was it right before you heard gunshots? Was it 10 minutes before you heard gunshots, 5 minutes?
I don't remember.
Okay, so, have you seen the surveillance in this case of the actual shooting?
No,
Okay, so were you aware that Smoke was fighting for 5 minutes prior to gunshots being ringing off?
no, because I wasn't there.
Okay, but you have ring footage, correct?
I do.
And in the ring camera, at the time that this incident occurred, you could play back?
Say that again?
So when you have a ring camera, is yours motion detected or is it all the time running?
Motion.
Okay, and so if there isn't motion within a certain time, well, after a certain time frame, it deletes, correct?
What do you mean by deletes?
So I'm asking that, so you showed us a piece of a camera that you provided to the police, correct?
I showed the footage, yes.
And so I'm asking that besides that footage, were you able to see how long Smoke was fighting prior to the shooting?
No, I didn't have the fighting on my ring camera, no.
That morning, did he tell you that he was going to confront someone down the hall?
He did not,
Did he tell you he was gonna borrow your gun to go confront someone down the hall?
he did not,
Now, you indicated that he was upset with you, about the night before, right?
yes,
Did he tell you why else he was upset?
no,
Did he mention any other women?
no,
Did you know the female that lived down the hall to the left?
I did not,
Do you know now?
yes,
What's her name?
don't know,
Now, I'm not asking what was said, but who told you about that?
not sure,
Did you find out about her recently, or did you find out about her closer to the shooting?
closer to the shooting.
Okay, so, now, you just indicated to this jury that you reviewed portions of this USB, correct?
That's correct,
And so, did
That's
you,
the apartment surveillance as opposed to the ring.
apartment surveillance?
Okay.
Now, did you review 72 videos?
I don't remember,
Did you see the video where Smoke is arguing for over 5 minutes?
yeah,
You did see that video,
no, I didn't. Sorry,
so I'm confused. Yes or no? You did or did not see that video?
no, arguing, no,
Okay, so how could you tell this jury that there's no alterations or deletions if you haven't even seen it?
Objection, Your Honor, argumentative.
Next question.
Could you say that there are no alterations or deletions of videos you've never seen?
say that again,
Could you testify truthfully that there are no alterations or deletions if you haven't seen all the videos?
yes,
How?
because I was showed what is in your hand.
Okay, but did you see the video of the shooting?
No, I was told there was no video of the shooting,
Who told you that?
apartment complex,
Okay, not the DA's office? Yes or no for the?
no,
And so are you aware that there is video of the shooting and shows where Smoke goes to pull the firearm?
Objection, Your Honor, argumentative.
Well, what was the,
Argumentative and also facts, not in evidence.
okay, let's not get into videos that haven't been played yet.
Do you, what side does Smoke carry his firearm on?
I don't know,
You don't know what side he carries his firearm
I
on?
do not,
Does he carry it in a holster?
I don't know,
Does he carry it in the front or the back?
I don't know,
Now, you were with him for 5 years.
that's correct,
How many times have you seen him carry a firearm?
several times,
Okay, and so when you saw him carry the firearm, what side did he carry it on?
I don't remember,
When he called you to say, "I love you," at that point could you hear arguing in the background?
no,
Who did you indicate, told you about the other female?
neighbors,
Neighbors of the apartments?
yes,
Did you ever try to get the neighbors to speak with the police? Now, when you, after the gunshots, you ran back upstairs, right?
yes,
And you indicated that at that point, people were surrounding Smoke, correct?
yes,
And so at that point, people were already there?
Yes.
Were the police already there?
No.
When you got upstairs, did you see your firearm on the ground right next to him?
I did see it on the ground.
And you recognized it to be your gun?
Yes.
And, would Smoke frequent the other end of that hallway?
Say that again?
Would Smoke hang out at the other end of the hallway, not the elevator side, the other?
No, not that I'm aware of.
Okay, so he wouldn't just hang out by the stairs?
Not that I'm aware of.
But that's where you saw him last after the shooting occurred, correct?
Yes.
Where he had your firearm, correct?
Yes.
And was it an argument? Do you know who started the argument?
No.
Thank you.
Yes.
Any redirect, Ms. Jones-Connor?
Yes, Your Honor. Now, Miss James, you own the pink gun, but Quatavius would sometimes carry the pink gun. Is that correct?
Yes.
Objection to leading?
Try not to lead, but we're okay with that question.
Was that a yes, Miss James?
Yes.
Okay. All right. And that day, the only time you saw Quatavius before he was lying on the pavement, not moving, was earlier that morning or some other time?
Early that morning in my apartment.
He was still inside the apartment at that point.
Yes.
Okay. And earlier that morning, do you recall if there were any police there, like near the premises earlier that morning?
Yes.
Okay, tell me about if you know why.
There were cars broken into, so I guess he was out there waiting the.
Objection to speculation.
So, if the officer told you something, you can try to talk about that. There may be an objection, but if you're not sure why the officer was there, just say, I don't know, he was there.
He was there, and he was there because of the break-ins.
Okay. And these are car break-ins in the complex, near the complex, somewhere else?
In the complex.
In the complex.
Yes.
And did you see officers, police cars?
I seen a police car.
And to what you remember, were they still there at the point at which you had gotten into your car with your kids?
Yes.
Now, I do not know how your art skills are, but I'm going to ask you, using the touch screen, to kind of draw us just orient us on what your floor would look like at the apartment.
Like outside,
So on your floor,
third floor.
third floor. So we have third floor. Say this in between is the floor. Okay. So can you draw an E for, I guess, where the elevator would be? And then if we are looking at your apartment, where's your apartment? Gotcha. So this is, I come off the elevator, I turn to the floor, I go to the left to your apartment.
Yes.
Okay. Where would your car have been parked that day? Draw a C for me. Okay. And the stairs where Quatavius, where you found Quatavius, where would those have been?
Here.
And in going to your apartment, you mentioned that depending on the day, you would take either the stairs or the elevator. Is that right?
Yes,
Okay. And for Quintavious, as much as you knew, would he take one versus the other?
yes.
Which one would he take?
I mean, he'll do the same thing, like I said, depending on whether the gate is broken or the elevator is down. We'll go through any kind of way.
Either way.
Either way, yeah.
Okay. Just depends on if you got two kids with you or not, right?
Or if we're in a rush, it just depends.
Understood. And where your car is parked, I know we've got a long hallway here.
Mhm.
Is it the same distance from the elevator to the stairs where you found Quintavious, from the elevator to where your car was parked, that side of the floor?
Is it the same distance
Same distance?
from where I was parked?
Yes, that side of the building. So if I'm coming in the side where your car was parked, we have one entrance into the building. On the opposite side of the building, we have the stairs where Quintavious was.
Okay,
Is the elevator in the middle? Is it closer to one side versus the other?
it's closer to one side versus the other.
And is that the side closest to your apartment or your car?
That's the side close to my apartment.
One moment. And do you know how Quintavious got his nickname? I know you call him Quintavious, but do you know how he got his nickname?
He's a rapper.
Was it a recent nickname or had he had it for a long time?
He had it for a long time.
And in looking at the videos, when you looked at the videos, you saw snippets of multiple views, is that right?
Yes, correct.
Okay. And in looking at the videos, there were certain things that may be too emotional that you were not shown, is that correct?
Yes.
Objection to leaving. Were there certain things that you were not shown?
Objection to speculation.
She can answer as to the
How would
conversation she
she
had.
know if she didn't see something?
Because there was a conversation that there were specific parts that we would not publish to her, so she didn't have to watch the.
Oh, well, she can explain that.
Yes.
That's, okay, we hadn't explored that.
So in regards to the actual shooting and when Quintavious falls after the shots, you were told you weren't gonna be shown that part.
That's correct.
But you still saw the camera angle, or did you see the camera angle of your floor?
Yes,
Did you see the camera angle of where your vehicle was parked?
yes,
Did you see camera angles on the stair side?
yes,
Did you see camera angles on another floor?
I did.
So you saw multiple camera angles, but did not watch the entirety of each one. Is that correct?
Correct.
Thank you, Ms. James. I don't have any further questions.
Okay.
Ms. Fagan, any brief recross?
Yes, Your Honor. Now you indicated that you didn't see the shooting. Did you see the 5 minutes of video footage for the argument?
So you asked her that a bunch of times and she's answered that.
You indicated, thank you, Your Honor.
Well,
You indicated that there were certain reasons of why you would use one entrance or exit versus another. On that day, was the gate broken?
I don't remember.
If you parked by the elevator, would the gate have been broken?
I don't remember.
On that day, was the elevator down?
No,
On that day, did Smoke have any of the kids?
on that day, no.
And on that day, was he in any rush that you knew of?
Was he in any rush?
Right,
No.
excuse me?
No.
Thank you.
all right, jurors, do you have any questions? So the way we'll do it, Deputy Gordon will collect them. If you're still writing questions, that's fine. I forgot to mention, try to limit your questions to one side of the card. You can use as many cards as you want, but it's easier for record keeping if you write on one side of the card. You all right in the gallery? Okay. Thank you. So Ms. James, were you on the phone? What were you doing when you heard the gunshots?
I was in the car getting ready to leave.
Were you on a telephone?
Yes,
Who were you talking to when you heard the gunshots?
my mother.
Okay. And I don't know what photo would be most helpful. I'll start with the prosecutors, but I'll take guidance from either side. What photo would be most helpful for Ms. James to look at to show where these gates are we're hearing about that sometimes work and sometimes didn't work?
So, Your Honor, I would say streets 10 for one. I can publish at this time if you want me to.
Please. So that'll get bigger in a minute. Are there gates on this side of the building?
Yes,
So where you can, the screen should still be touchscreen. Circle wherever this gate is, please. Let you make up.
no,
Can you see that pencil looking thing in the corner? There you go. Now you should be able to draw. So if you go in that hallway a little bit, you get to a gate?
yes,
Okay, and you open the gate with a metal key, a swipe card, or you just push it open?
card.
Okay, and so when you're saying when the gate doesn't work, that would mean like you literally can't get through that because it's
Yeah.
locked and your card doesn't work?
Yes,
Okay. And is there a gate on the other side of the building as well to get into that hallway?
yes,
I'll turn to states 22 for that one.
When you say gate, is it basically like a door of bars? It's not a gate like this little arm goes up in the hallway.
yes, just bars.
I think this is the closest to it, describing where it is.
So in states 22, is that another gate? At the bottom, if I went down those stairs, it looks like there's some stuff in the way. Is that one of the gates, or that's actually a floor higher than where the gate is?
It's a floor higher than a gate.
Okay, so that's just like a little railing.
Yes, correct.
Okay. All right. Ms. Jones-Connor, any follow-up based on phone call and the gate questions?
No, Your Honor.
Statement.
No, Your Honor.
All right. Thank you, Ms. James, for your time. You're free to go.
Thanks.
Appreciate it. Next witness.
State recall, Jesus Maldonado.
Raise your hand, raise your hand. You swear to affirm that the testimony you will give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. You go to your seat, and you stay displayed in the record.
Okay.
My name is Jesus, spelled Jesus. Last name is Maldonado, Maldonado.
Say good afternoon, sir. Can you tell the jurors how you are currently employed?
Currently, I am employed with Chick-fil-A Inc.
And how long have you worked with Chick-fil-A?
About a year and a half.
And prior to working with Chick-fil-A, can you tell the jurors, did you work for the Dunwoody Police Department?
I did work with the Dunwoody Police Department from 2009 to 2021.
Okay. And while at the Dunwoody Police Department from 2009 to 2021, can you tell the jurors where within the police department were you assigned in some of your roles and responsibilities?
When I started with the agency, I was assigned to uniform patrol, and then later was assigned to the criminal investigations division.
And can you tell the jurors when you left in 2021, were you assigned to the criminal investigations division?
I actually, in 2020, was promoted to sergeant. So in 2021, when I left, I was a sergeant on patrol, but from 2015 to 2020, I was assigned to the criminal investigations division.
Can you tell the jurors, while assigned to the criminal investigations division, were there any specific, I guess, crimes or a unit which you were assigned to that would just investigate certain crimes or incidents?
So all the detectives in the unit were, they had a specialty, so to speak, where they were trained in certain specific areas. Mine, I was working a lot of property related crimes during that time.
And during 2017 and 2018, were you assigned to the criminal investigations unit?
I was.
And can you tell the jury during that time, did any of your investigations involve the defendant or Derek Tuitt?
They did.
Okay. And in how many investigations were
Objection
you?
to relevance.
What's the relevance?
But the relevance goes to the former detective's familiarity with this defendant.
Okay, and how is his familiarity you said you were with Dunwoody at the time?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yeah, relevant to an Atlanta police case.
Because he's one of the individuals who calls Crime Stoppers while he's working with Chick-fil-A Incorporated.
Okay, you're gonna connect it up.
Yes.
Got it, overrule.
Did at that time, and I want to get into specifics, but did it involve more than one investigation?
There was at least one investigation where I encountered the defendant.
Okay. And in the time during that investigation, did you become, I guess, familiar with the defendant, Cordero Tuitt?
Yes, that's.
Okay. And can you explain to the jurors how?
So I was investigating an incident that occurred within the city of Dunwoody that I was assigned to. During the course of that investigation, the defendant was identified in the case, and that was my encounter with him. He was I investigated this specific incident, and then later was able to make contact with the defendant and
Okay.
close the case.
And the individual that you investigated and you made contact with, you described as Mr. Tuitt, do you see him in the courtroom today?
I do.
And if you could identify him by an article of clothing that he has on and describe where he's sitting, who he's sitting next to.
Hey, he's the gentleman wearing the dark red long sleeve shirt, and he is sitting next to the woman smiling at me.
Now, in August of 2022, can you tell the jurors, did you see the defendant on the news?
So in August 22, I did not see the defendant on the news. I can elaborate further if you want me to.
Yes.
Okay. I was looking at Crime Stoppers Atlanta online, and I came across a lookout or a bolo, a be on the lookout of an incident that occurred. There was a still image that was displayed on this lookout, and when I looked at the still image, I observed an individual that I thought I had had a previous encounter with years prior on an investigation. There was some distinct features on the still shot, and it reminded me of of this individual. So I decided to contact Crime Stoppers at that time and submit a tip.
And on the screen in front of you in a second, previously admitted evidence states Exhibit 100. Is this look like or similar to the photo that you saw on the Crime Stoppers website as it related to the person that you recognize?
It is.
And can you tell the jurors who is the person in states Exhibit 100?
So when I submitted the tip, I believe that person to be Cordera Tuitt, which was the individual that I had had previous encounter with when I was at the Dunwoody Police Department.
Is that the same individual that you've identified today wearing the long sleeve red or maroon turtleneck?
Yes, it is.
Okay. Well, thank you. I don't think I have any further questions at this time.
Thank you.
Ms. Fagan, questions for Mr. Maldonado?
Yes, Mr. Maldonado, did you see the surveillance in this case?
I've only seen the still shot that was on the Crime Stoppers. So that was the only picture that I had seen.
So you personally don't know anything regarding the actual case we're here for today?
I don't.
Thank you, sir.
Questions from the jurors? No? Thank you for being here, sir. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Next witness?
Maybe a good time for a very quick break.
Okay, so we can be ready for the next witness. Ladies and gentlemen, this is going to be our afternoon break. We'll try to keep it to about 10 minutes. As always, if that's not enough time, you tell Deputy Gordon to buzz off when he comes to get you. But otherwise, we'll try to get you in here about 10 minutes. A couple things I need to talk with the lawyers about, so maybe slightly longer than that. If there's anything you are lacking in the jury room, be sure to let Deputy Gordon know. Don't talk about the case, no outside research. We'll see you in a little bit. Thank you.
All rise for the jury. All rise for the jury, please.
All right, you all can be seated. First, a witness question. I couldn't find Ms. James's name on the witness list, but Ms. Fagan didn't freak out when you called the name. Had she been X'd out in green, or more importantly, are there other names that you need to share? Because I didn't ask the jury, hey, do you know Raquel James? I don't think they did, or someone would have said, wait, I know that person. She wasn't one of the pinks. Is she on the witness list?
She should be, yes.
Okay, it may have been you inadvertently crossed her out. And to be clear, Ms. Fagan didn't bat an eyelash, and so I assumed you know who this person is, but I couldn't find her on there unless she was listed under a different name. And I don't think she was. So if you could just make sure as you're looking at who else you're gonna call, less concerned about Ms. Fagan not knowing. I bet she does, because I'm gone over the whole case file. Just don't want to have a surprise with jurors. That's number one. Number two, I promise that we will, as a group, lawyers and I, go over juror questions if I think there's something we need to discuss. But who were you on the phone with, which she had already said once before, and tell me more about the gates. We didn't need to take a break and go out in the hallway to talk about those. But if it's anything close to is it relevant, or would you have concerns, we will talk about those. Last thing I have, Ms. Fagan, you asked Ms. James a question about her understanding of Mr. Wright's legal ability to have a gun. Was it lawful for him to have a gun? The only reason why it wouldn't be is if he's a convicted felon, which would get into his criminal history. And you said, and I cut it off after that, you didn't say anything wrong, actually goes to justification. I'm not aware of steps you plan to take, and it maybe the state should have filed a motion and eliminate, but let's you guys should confer over the break. But if you're gonna get into Mr. Wright had a character for violence or had convictions for crimes of violence, we'd need to establish that Mr. Tuitt knew that and not just that he has those things or it's not relevant. And so that's why I foreclosed it, only because whether he could legally have a gun or not really would only be relevant if the reason why he couldn't is, I'm making this up, he'd shot someone before, and that's why Mr. Tuitt would be particularly concerned if he has a beef with Mr. Wright. So just confer with the state about where you plan on going with that. And then if the state doesn't have concern, next time it will be relevant if you ask about it. But let's have a legal discussion about it before you go further. Does that make sense? I'm not trying to preclude you from going into an area, but unless Mr. Tuitt's gonna say, I knew all these things about him and that's why I was afraid, we don't go there. I think that's the law.
Well, understood, Your Honor. And so in the police report, this next witness that is coming would have been one of the individuals who had made mention that these two individuals did know each other previously, had been in custody together and.
They meaning Tuitt and Wright.
Right.
Okay. Oh, so it's just at least a familiarity. They happen to be in custody together.
At one point, that's what is indicated from this next witness that's coming.
Okay. Well, talk with the state about, and maybe they're gonna cover that as well. But Mr. Wright's character isn't relevant unless under limited circumstances. And so let's only go there if you think you've landed in one of those limited, or if the state opens the door.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Anything from the state before we break?
No.
And Mr. Forte is the next witness,
He wasn't supposed to be, but he will be.
to the great relief of the 9 deputies who pulled you out of the room to make it happen.
Yes.
All right, appreciate your flexibility. Ms. Fagan, anything before we break?
No, Your Honor.
All right, thanks, everyone.
How old are you, sir?
31.
And where are you from?
I'm originally from Mechanicsville.
Okay.
I'm sorry, you said Mechanicsville? Okay.
And can you tell the jurors back in August of 2022, do you remember where you were? Were you living in Mechanicsville or somewhere else?
East side.
East side. When you say the east side, are we talking about?
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. And who did you live there with?
My mom.
Okay. And can you tell the jurors what's your mom's name? Almeida? Okay. And can you tell the jurors, do you know someone by the name of Cordero Tuitt?
Yeah.
And how do you know Cordero Tuitt?
We was friends.
Okay. And how long would you say that you and Mr. Tuitt knew each other, were friends prior to August of 2022?
Prior to August?
Yes.
2018, 2019, somewhere around there.
Okay. So a couple years? Yes.
Yes.
And can you tell the jurors in those years, 2018, 2019, into 20, up to 2022, how close were you and Mr. Tuitt?
We used to be with each other a lot. We were close.
Did he often stay at your house?
Yeah.
Okay. And did you call him Cordero Tuitt, or did you have a nickname for him?
Called him bro.
Bro?
Yeah.
And in the years that you were friends, did you ever hear, or did you ever call him something other than bro, or his the name given to him by his mother, father?
Nickname, CT.
CT? Okay. Now, back in August of 2022, do you remember where CT or bro was living?
Thank you.
Okay. And who did he live there with that you knew?
Girlfriend.
Okay. And had you had an opportunity to, I guess, go over to where he was living back in August of 2022?
Yes.
Okay, how many times prior to August 7th?
I'm not sure. A lot. I'm not sure.
Okay. And you said he was living there with his girlfriend. Do you remember her name?
Yeah.
What was her name?
Ross.
Roxy. Okay. And when did you meet her, if you can remember?
I don't know.
Okay.
Around that time, I ain't know how long. That long.
Okay. Now, I want to show you. Instead of putting it on the screen, I'm just gonna do it the old fashioned way. States Exhibit 7. Is that where CT and Roxy were living back in August of 2022? Remember?
That's the front of the neighborhood, I think.
Okay. You said, so everybody viewed that's the front of the neighborhood of the building?
Mm.
Okay. And can you tell the jurors, back on August 7th of 2022, what did you guys do the night before? So August 6th, going into August 7th, do you remember?
Before what? This everything happened?
So before the shooting, can you tell the jurors the day before?
I gamble a lot, so we was gambling that night. We was gambling
And do you remember where you were gambling?
at the store.
Okay, how far was it? Was it near your house on the east side, or was it?
It was on Bankhead.
Okay, and who was there gambling with you?
Man, CC.
Okay, and after, do you remember about what time you guys finished up at the store gambling?
I don't remember the exact time, but it was probably late because I ain't go home, so it was late.
Okay, and you said it was late, so after you guys left, did you go back to your house or did you go to CT's house?
Went to
You went to CT's house? Okay, and tell the jurors, once you got to CT's house, was Roxy or anybody else there?
no.
Okay, was it just the two of you?
No.
Okay,
And when we say house, we're talking about the apartment in that building that you saw a picture of?
Yes.
okay, And do you remember, I know it's been some years, I'm asking the apartment number, but do you remember what floor it was on?
Yeah, we was at the top, the last one.
Okay. And tell the jurors what happened when you got, I guess, when you got home from gambling.
Went in the house,
Okay.
chilled, went to sleep.
Okay. And when you remember about what time you woke up the next day, so that would have been August 7th of 2022.
I don't remember the exact time, but it was pretty kind of early.
Okay. And what did you do once you, I guess, woke up?
We were supposed to been going to the mall.
Okay. And did you ever make it to the mall?
No,
Okay. When you woke up, did CT wake up at the same time you did?
not sure, but he got up. I don't know if he woke up at the same time.
Okay. And when you woke up, did you just stay inside the apartment or did you ever leave the inside of the apartment?
I went outside to smoke cigarettes, won't smoke in the house.
Okay. And while you were smoking cigarettes, was it just you and CT or was it you by yourself?
We smoking our own cigarettes. Both of us smoking.
Okay, were you both outside is what I'm saying? Were you both smoking?
Yeah.
Okay. And I should have talked to you about this at the very beginning. Now, did you pick what you got on today?
The clothes you're wearing.
You picked the orange jumpsuit? Okay, can you tell the jurors, are you in the Fayette County Jail right now?
Yes.
Okay. And are you in the jail for anything related to this incident?
No.
Okay. And can you tell the jurors now, let's talk about what are you in custody for? You know the charge?
If I take.
Now, where did you guys typically smoke outside of the apartment?
In the breezeway.
Okay. And while you were smoking, did anybody else walk up?
A couple guys we knew walked up.
Okay. Tell me about that.
Huh?
Tell me a little bit about why they were there.
I don't really remember exactly why they was there, but they came over and in the midst of them coming over, the dude got I don't know the victim name, but he came out on some, I don't know what, just tripping.
Okay. And so you said he came out. Can you tell the jurors where he came from?
It's a hallway, it's just a hallway. He just came down the hallway.
Okay. And what happened once he approached where you guys were?
Argument, they started arguing for
Okay.
something, I don't know.
And the person do you remember what the person had on that approached you guys?
No.
And had you ever seen him before?
I don't know, no, I don't know.
Not know?
No.
To your face, make sure everybody can. You said you'd never seen him before?
I don't know.
Okay. And where, I guess, you said he approached, what happened next?
It's just arguing back and forth.
Who was arguing back and forth?
Him and the victim, CT and the victim.
Okay. And could you tell what they were arguing about?
Something about his girl, something, I don't know.
About his girl being Roxy?
Yeah.
Okay. And can you tell the jurors how long and where is this kind of verbal, is it a verbal exchange?
Yeah, it's just going back and forth
Okay, where's it happening?
in Breezeway, right in front of, when you walk out the door.
Okay. And is it just the two guys that you said that come over, were they there too?
Until all that started happening, then they left.
Okay.
Dude kind of scared them away.
Okay. And can you tell the jurors how long, I guess, did this kind of verbal exchange about Roxy happen?
After about 5 minutes, then he left.
Okay. And you say he left.
The dudes left, then he left.
Okay. And where did you go?
I was just standing right there, watch.
Okay. Now, in a second, you're gonna see on the screen before you states exhibit 22.
I don't know what this is in the middle. It's something on my screen.
Oh, are you able to reach the screen? I don't know how far you can reach. If you hit the stake, I'll let Mr. Abadi do it. There you go.
All right, you see, states exhibit 22, the photograph on the screen.
What
Yeah.
about it?
Can you
Yeah, I
see?
see it.
Okay, now, do you see the stairs?
Yeah.
Is this close to where CT and you, as you call it, the victim, had their first verbal exchange?
I don't know was that the second level or something? I think, I don't know. It looks like.
But let me ask you this, in all of the, so do all the landing areas where if you were to go up these stairs, is there like a landing area where there's an apartment to your right and left and things of that nature, you walk down the hallway? Let me show you state.
Like once you get to the end of the stairs, it's turned to a hallway apartments.
All right, let me show you state exhibit 12. And while she's pulling it up, I'm gonna show it. There we go. You see state exhibit 12? And whether this is the first floor, second floor, third floor, when you go up the stairs, you see the landing area right here. Is that what all of the floors look like?
Yeah.
And can you describe for the jurors, is this kind of the area at the top where CT and the person you call the victim were arguing?
Yeah.
Okay. And you said that they argued for a few minutes and then they separated, they went their separate ways?
Yeah. No, we still stay right there and smoke. The dude left.
Where did he go?
I guess he went down the hall in one of the apartments. So.
Okay. And do you and CT go back inside the apartment at any point after that?
No, we were really right there wondering like why he was doing all that.
Okay.
That's all.
And after some time passes, do you see the person you call the victim come back to that area again?
Yeah.
And can you tell the jurors which way does he come from? Do you remember?
It's back down the hallway towards the steps.
Okay.
To where we was.
Okay. So does he come up the steps to where you were?
He come from behind us, just down the hallway.
Okay. So if we're back in state number 12, let's just do this. Does he come up the stairs and you and CT are standing at the top?
He come from that way, the other way.
All right. So from behind the tape or up the stairs? Okay. And what happens then?
Bro was trying to figure out what he had going on, why he walk up on him trying to argue with him.
Okay. And
They just got him to another argument.
okay, what are you doing during the argument?
Right there, like police out here, y'all tripping. That's what I'm saying. Y'all tripping. 12 out here, what y'all tripping. That's what I'm saying.
And are you trying to kind of diffuse or stop the argument?
In a way, but they weren't listening to me.
Okay. And tell the jurors, how long does this second encounter kind of last?
I don't know, maybe 3, 4, 5 minutes, 6, I don't know.
And is it kind of the same as you described? The two are just verbally kind of going at each other?
Yeah, basically just yelling at each other.
What are they yelling about?
A lot of different stuff, who they is and why you trying me and all that. Just going back and forth.
Okay. When you say who they are and why you trying me and that, who's saying that?
Both of them.
Okay. And they're saying that to each other? Okay. Are they still talking about Roxy, the female?
Not really.
Okay.
personally at this time, at that moment.
Why do you say that? Say it's personal.
Cause the dude was aggressive at first and he felt, CT felt like he tried him. So they was just trying to figure out what was going on and it went too far.
Okay. And when you say CT felt like you tried him, how do you know that?
Cause I was standing right there.
Okay. And what do you mean by CT felt like he tried him?
He walked up, I told you from the first beginning, he walked up aggressive, trying to argue. They both started arguing.
Okay. When you say tried him, does that mean the same thing as that he felt disrespected? He disrespected him?
In a way, yeah, he did disrespect me. Both of us really, but I didn't know him, so I was like, what the hell going on?
Okay. Tell me how he was disrespectful to CT when he walked up.
I don't remember his exact words, but I just know he said something that wasn't respectful.
Okay. Now, at some point, do you kind of walk away from where they're arguing?
I walked away, yeah, because I seen the police right there. I'm like, y'all tripping. I'm walking away because I see the police. They facing us. So I'm like, man, y'all tripping.
Pull up. No. And the screen in front of you. Oh. All right, you see, it's State Exhibit 5. You see the screen in front of you? Can you, oh, you can't see it, that's right. Okay, I can share it. Yep. Thank you. Let me sign back into the Zoom. And while I'm getting this, up and running, Mr. Forte, can you tell the jurors, when you say the police were, the 12 was kind of in the area, where could you see them?
Yeah.
Okay. I'm gonna show you State Exhibit 22. All right, in States Exhibit 22, can you kind of circle and or can you reach the screen? Where the police were in relation to that photograph?
Probably like with that blue car, somewhere like that. I don't remember exactly, but they was facing us like that blue car.
So is it the first blue car or
That one right there.
the Taurus looking car?
Yeah.
Second blue car? Okay. And can you tell me, do you remember what you had on that day, Mr. Forte?
I had on some bait, Alexander McQueen's. I don't remember what kind of jeans I had on.
Okay. I'm gonna show you, there we go. States 85 through 97. I previously showed me the Banks Council. I want you to flip through these photos. And let me know if you recognize, okay?
Say flip to them.
Yes, sir. Do you recognize the photographs, States of 85 through 97? All right, you gotta say yes or no for the record.
Yes,
And how do you recognize him?
it's me.
Okay. Do you see, are you with anybody in the photographs 85 through 97?
Yes.
Who?
CT.
Okay. And do those photographs fairly and accurately depict how you and CT looked on August 7th of 2022?
Yes.
Okay. This time around, the state would tender what's marked as State's Exhibits 85 through 97.
No objection.
They're admitted 85 through 97.
All right. I'm going to show you on the screen, State's Exhibit 85. Can you tell the jurors who we're looking at State's Exhibit 85?
Me.
You?
Yeah.
Okay. And then in State's Exhibit 87, can you tell the jurors, do you see yourself?
Yes.
All right. What color shirt do you have on?
All right.
And then do you see the individual kind of near the elevator with the New York baseball cap and then the army fatigue kind of shirt and shorts or pants?
Yes.
Who is that?
CT.
Okay. And in State's Exhibit 88, can you tell the jurors where are you and CT in this photograph?
At the elevator.
At the elevators?
Yes.
And can you see in State Exhibit 88, what do you have in your hands?
What bad?
Okay, and can you tell what CT has in his hands?
Firearm. Yeah. A gun.
Now,
You're wearing looks like a mask, something you pull up. Any reason for that?
No,
That's how you roll.
I just always wear it. I just used to.
okay. Now, was this during kind of the tail end of COVID?
Yeah.
Okay, did you have the mask because of that?
A little bit. I was used to wearing one because I was in jail wearing masks. I had to wear masks every day. So.
Okay. Did you have to wear a mask every day? For what?
Oh.
Okay. And were you working at that time? Okay. Now, I want to show you, I'm gonna try to share this on my screen. All right.
Did you do share audio?
Did not.
You didn't.
Because when you plug into this, it automatically unmutes your computer.
Okay, yeah, you're not doing anything wrong. I'm trying to get advice from the tech folks, so do it how you need to.
But it's muted again.
Okay.
So do you see in State Exhibit 5? Do you see it still on the screen before you? Do you see yourself?
At the end.
Say it again.
Yes.
Okay, where are you on that screen? You can start believing.
With the white shirt.
Okay, are you kind of in the middle towards the end of State Exhibit? What's being shown from State Exhibit 5 right now?
Like walking towards the other two.
Okay, and can you tell me where is CT right behind you, or is he the person who would be kind of to you're looking at the screen to your right?
Look at the left. These two, my.
Here, I'm just gonna point for you. So if I'm looking at the screen, do you see 3 people? Okay, the person that's right behind you, is that CT?
Yeah.
And is this the person that you described as the victim? Right here? Okay, and
You say behind, are you facing us or walking away from us? And it seems like you're walking away from us in this picture. Which way are you walking?
I'm walking towards.
Okay, you're whatever you see. Which are you
I'm
walking
walking
towards the camera or away from the
I
camera?
walk away from the camera.
So the person in front of you, kind of obstructed by you, you're saying is CT.
Yeah.
And then the person to the right who's facing CT would be this person we've been calling the victim.
Yeah.
Okay.
okay, so do you see, can you tell the jurors about where CT's apartment is? Can you see that in this camera?
You can't see it, but it's to the left right now.
Okay, it's to the left. So is it this side?
Yeah.
Okay, and is it somewhere along this wall?
Mhm.
Yes.
Yes.
And about how far, you said you guys were smoking in front of his apartment, right?
Mhm.
You gotta say yes or no.
Yes.
Okay, so, is it one of these doors? Is it this door or the door in front of it?
I think it's the first door.
Okay. Now, in today's exhibit 5, we're looking at, you kind of, looks like you're walking back towards, the person you know as CT, and then, the guy that you had never met before. Are they still arguing?
At that point, yeah, I think so.
Okay, and do you remember, I know it's been a couple of years, what they're saying at this point, if it's close in time to, do you ever hear shots being fired?
Not right then.
Okay, how long do you believe they were kind of going at it, before shots were fired?
3-4 minutes.
Okay. Now I'm gonna hit play. Now, how many shots do you hear, eventually being fired?
I don't know. Cause they hear a lot of shots. I ain't counting. I don't know.
Okay, and do you see who shoots, or who is shooting when you hear the shots being fired?
Yeah.
Who?
On CT.
Okay, and, after you hear, the first shot, what do you do?
I took out running.
Okay, and, the shots, do you hear more than one shot?
While running, yeah.
Okay, do you remember how many?
About 5, 6, 7, I don't know.
Okay.
A lot of them.
And tell the jurors, we weren't there. Do you hear the shots kind of quick, one after the other, or is there a break? Describe,
Just 5, 5, 5, 5, 5 shots. Just the shots, back to back.
and I'm gonna hit play and see if this works.
Told you the police was right there, so I had them walked off.
You had walked off?
Police was right there. I didn't want to be right.
Where are you running to?
Elevator. I'm trying to run to get out of there.
Now, do you see right?
Police right.
Do you see right there when CT goes back to, the victim and leans down and takes something? Do you know what he takes?
Objection to form of the question. Facts not in evidence.
So don't speculate, as to what it shows, but you can ask it a different way.
Let me back it up. All right. Go this way. Do you know what CT is doing when he goes back to the victim?
I wasn't looking there. I was running still, bro.
Okay. Now, when CT, you see that bag that's hanging from the door?
Hmm?
Whose bag is that?
My bad. The
Okay.
one I had in the other video.
Is that what he has in his hand? Right here, it's about a little, like 5 minutes and 30 seconds into the video.
Can you read that? Something's changed.
Yeah, it's real laggy.
Oh, it's lagging?
Mhm.
Okay, you can leave it as is.
Oh, and it's not sharing what I'm showing though. Okay. Now, what's in that bag?
Some marijuana I had.
Okay. Where do you and CT go after he grabs that bag and he's running towards the camera?
He just kind of spit up and ran.
Okay, and I'm gonna show you what's been marked as States Exhibit 4. All right. Do you see, I don't think it's on the screen in front of you, so you're gonna have to look. Do you see yourself?
Yeah.
Okay. Of course, there's no. Now that I left the Zoom meeting, let's see. So you hear yourself where you say you tripping? Yes?
Yes.
Who are you saying that to?
See,
Okay, tell me why.
but the police was right there. Cameras everywhere right there.
Okay.
That was stupid.
And where y'all headed towards the elevators?
Yeah.
Okay, do you actually take the elevator down?
No, I took the stairs.
Okay, the CT.
I tried to get on the elevator, but it was taking a minute, so I took the stairs.
And in States exhibits 87 through, excuse me, 85 through 97, are those screenshots of you and CT by the elevator? Sure. Guess I gotta unmute. All right. That after the shooting?
Yeah.
They're on the screen now as well. There's 87 on the screen, so that's after the shots we heard. The thing on the screen.
So, cause I never came up that way, so it had. I don't know what.
Okay.
And then in the States exhibits 94 through 97, is that you and CT coming down the stairs
Look on the screen.
after the shooting?
Little screen in front of you.
I could see, yeah, see me, yeah.
You see
Yeah.
yourself in States at 96 and 97?
Yeah, I see my shoes and
Okay.
and
Okay, so after the shooting happens, tell the jurors, where do you and CT go next?
we ran out and we both ran towards that way. Then I went away, he went away. I don't know where he went.
Okay, and when you say you ran out, where? I'd pull it up, but I won't waste anybody's time. When you run out, do you run out the side of the building? You put up States of the building.
Like, whatever way you can get out. Once you go down the elevator, you can go straight down the highway out the entrance. We ran out that way.
Okay, in a minute, you're gonna see States Exhibit 10. Can you tell the jurors, is that where you run out from?
Yeah,
Yeah,
I think so, yes.
okay, when you run out, you said you run where?
Towards the, like the main road.
Okay,
I think Bankhead, yeah, towards Bankhead.
when you get to the main road or a road, what do you do next?
I ran, I kept going, and I called somebody to come get me.
Okay, do you guys run together?
No, not at that time.
Okay,
Them boys at first, then we just kind of split up.
all right, and then do you, you said you called someone to pick you up, where do you go?
My girlfriend.
Okay, and where does she
Not
go?
my girl, a girl. Huh?
Say that again?
A girl house.
Okay, and, does CT meet you at your girl's house?
No,
Okay, do you see him again that day on August 7th, 2022?
no, I really was kind of mad, so I was kind of like trying to stay away from him.
Okay, tell me why you were mad.
Cause it was stupid. And we was on camera. I was on the news.
Okay,
And he was saying, telling folks that I did it. Shit, fine.
so later that day, you said you saw yourself on the news?
Yeah.
And after seeing yourself on the news, I guess, what did you see on the news of yourself? What were you doing?
One of those pictures that you showed me, just one of those pictures. They just had a picture of him.
Okay, and did you talk to CT? I know you said he didn't come over, but did you talk to him on the phone? Did you guys text? Were there DMs?
Talked to him, I think, on the phone and text.
Okay, tell me about the conversation.
Like, you tripping? We on the news. I ain't like you tripping.
Okay,
They're like he wasn't gonna let me go down at first for it and all that. And that was it.
okay. And it states that the 9/7 is one of the photographs that you see on the news, CT.
I don't think that was it.
Okay, and is this one of the pictures that you see in things of 99 of yourself on the news?
Yeah, that one is. That's what I saw of me, yeah.
Okay, and after, so you said that you guys talk on the phone?
Text talking on the phone, yeah.
Okay, and
I told you I was mad, so I probably didn't answer. I probably text my own.
Okay, and when you guys are talking, does he tell you why he shot the person?
Said he tried him. He kept trying.
And do you guys continue to talk, either through text or on the phone in the days afterwards, after you see yourself on the news?
A little bit. And I found out he was at my house. I was like, hey, you at my house?
Okay, tell me about that. How do you find out it's at your house?
Through mutual friend.
Okay. And when you say your house is the house that you stayed at with your mom?
Yeah.
Because
I wasn't there. I wasn't going back because I was on the news.
Why were you not going back to your mom's house?
Because I was on the news. I ain't want to get locked up for something I ain't do.
Okay. And when you found out he was at your mom's house, did you talk to him?
I think I didn't talk to him while he was there. I think I talked to him like after he left.
Okay. And after, I guess when you guys talked, tell the jurors, what was that conversation like?
I said, well, like, bro, you need to try to figure out, because them folks supposed to went to my house tonight. They trying to find me. What you gonna do? That when he told me, shit, for all I know, you did. That when I was like, whoa. That's when it kind of like, I had to try to clear my name before he tried to put it on me.
Okay. What do you mean?
I was trying to give him a chance to handle his business before he.
All right. When you say you try to give him a chance to, well, one, you said something about killing your name. What do you mean by that?
No, I was trying to like clear my name.
Clear your name.
Or that I didn't do nothing.
When you said you were giving him some time to handle his business, what do you mean by that?
Like whatever he was gonna do it. Like tell them he could have called him and told him like I did it. He didn't do it, but I ain't turning myself. He could have did whatever. But instead of just trying to make it seem like I did it and telling folks I did it, that's why it got confusing.
When you said that he's telling folks that you did it, how did you, I guess, get that information? How did you learn about him telling folks that you did it?
Through the streets.
Right. Did he ever go back to your mom's house?
And he told me, I'm sorry, he told me to my text me and told me that, remember? I told you that.
Over the phone?
Yeah.
And do you go back to your mom's house?
No. I didn't go back home for a second.
All right. Does he
See what go to
go
bed.
back to your mom's house
After that?
Yeah.
I don't think so. I
And
don't know.
after you have the conversation where he says, you did it, did you talk to him again?
When nothing else to talk about.
Prior to that conversation, had he talked to you about turning himself into the police?
I just turned himself in, but if it came down to it, he was gonna clear me out. That's what he told me. But
Right. And the conversation that you referred to where he said, they don't know that you didn't do it. Did y'all have any conversation about him turning himself in at that point? Okay, did he ever say that he wasn't gonna turn himself into the police at that point?
just said they're gonna have to catch him. He ain't.
Now, at some point, do you, in the next couple of days, talk to detectives with the Atlanta Police Department?
Yeah, I was at my girl house.
Okay,
Still,
it was,
I still was at the girl house, yeah.
and you said,
I'm sorry, you said a couple of times, my girlfriend, like, oh, not my girlfriend, a girl's house. Wait, this is just a female that you knew?
It's just a girl that I was associated with,
You were associated with, what does associate mean?
girl that I was seeing.
Okay, but not your girlfriend.
At the moment, she went.
Okay, all right.
but the girl that we've been talking about, is one who, after you got picked up, you went to her house, and then, when you were at, sounds like her house, when you talked to the police, it's all the same girl, right?
Yes.
Now, tell the jurors about how, you were able to talk to the police. Was it in person? Was it over the phone?
Over the phone.
Okay, and how did that come about?
They came to my house, and that's when I told him like they came to my house. And then my friend was there at my house. He told me they came, so I was like, damn. So the next time they came back looking for me, and I wasn't there. And I guess they talked to my mom and told her to call me.
So is that the house that they are coming to, is that the house that your mom owns?
Yes.
Okay. And you said they called you when you were at the girl you were associating with home?
Yes.
Okay. And was that call, I guess, through your mom's phone? Do you remember?
I think it was.
Okay.
And it was right there.
Right. And at that point, did you speak to a female and a male detective over the phone?
Both.
Okay. Do you remember their names? It's okay if you don't. Okay.
No.
And while you're on the phone, are they asking you about what happened, in the hallway of the apartment on August 7th, 2022?
That's it. Yeah, that's why they came.
Okay. And tell the jurors, what do you tell them?
Exactly what I told you today. I ain't do it.
And did you tell them who did it? Okay.
Before he told him I did it.
And after you spoke to the police, can you tell the jurors what happened next?
Nothing really happened. They just told me, appreciate them, that they was gonna let me know if they ever need me.
After you spoke to the police, did you speak to CT?
Not then, no.
Okay. You ever speak to CT again? Let's call you.
Yeah.
All right. What are those conversations like?
All type of bullshit. And it just mad at me.
For what?
Saying I told
Section
him.
of speculation.
When you said he was mad at you, do you know why?
Yeah, did he say why he was mad?
They said I told him.
Okay. And can you tell the jurors, was there ever a time that he either contacted you or members of your family on Instagram or any sort of social media?
Contacted people I know, not my family.
Right. Tell me about that.
I just might be somewhere and then somebody might call me like, bro, what's up with your boy? He sending me this and sending me talking about you told him, and I'll tell him like he tried to tell on me and I just told before he got me in trouble. I cleared my name. If they got saying I told because I cleared my name because he said he was gonna tell on me, then all right. It was just like that. Different people might call me.
After you spoke to the police and some time passed, did he ever call you? CT.
Yeah.
All right, tell us about the phone call. Threatened you? Did he, tell you that nice day?
And he was mad, so yeah, he threatened me before, but I wasn't stunned.
Okay. You ever threaten your family?
He said he'll do a lot of stuff, but he was locked up. I didn't care what he was saying.
Say that again.
He said he'll do a lot of different stuff, but he was locked up. I didn't care what he was saying that month.
What did he say he was gonna do?
Say he'll kill me and all type of shit. I'm sorry, but all type of stuff.
Okay. Did he say that he would hurt any other members of your family?
If he could,
Okay. Who? Who was he gonna hurt if he could?
he was mad at my mom.
Why?
Cause when he went to my house, he said something to her and she the one really kind of made me do it because she heard everything.
Do you remember talking to me this past Friday, last week?
Yeah.
And can you tell the jurors when you were talking to me and Ms. Jones Connor about the conversation we had in regards to your mom and her safety?
Yeah.
Tell me about that.
I just want her to be safe. I don't want nothing to happen to her because somebody thinks she told on her.
And because of your mom's safety, did you ever have hesitation about coming here and testifying?
Yeah.
Okay, tell me about that.
I ain't want to testify. Cause I don't want to see nobody lose their life. Like I told you, I ain't want to do this. And I don't want my mom to be in the middle of nothing because somebody went to her house and running their mouth when they shouldn't even went over there.
Do you see the person that you know as CT in the courtroom today?
Yeah.
All right, could you tell me what he has on and if he's sitting next to a man or a
Got
woman?
on glass. He right there.
What color shirt does he got on?
Right.
Burgundy?
Yeah.
Okay. And tell me, did you ever see a paint gun that the victim had?
Yeah, I did.
Okay. And at the time that CT shot him, where was it? Do you have it out?
No, he ain't having any of that. Oh.
And Mr. Forte, in the times that we spoke and the times you spoke to the detectives, did anyone threaten you to say what you've told us today?
No.
Did we tell you what to tell the jurors today?
No.
Right. And at any point, did we say that we'd give you a hope or a benefit or something if you were to testify?
No.
Are you testifying, you know, based on your recollection of what you heard and saw on August 7th of 2022?
Yeah, and to clear my name because people telling everybody that I told on them and they tried to tell everybody I did it. So that's why. And my mom.
Your Honor, any further questions pending redirect?
Ms. Fagan?
Good afternoon. How are you? Uncomfortable, sorry. Now, I'm Nicole Fagan. We've never spoken before, correct?
No,
Yes or
no.
no for the
No.
court reporter, sorry. Now, now, there's what the world, the street talks about, right? Correct? That's one of the rumor mills that you have an issue with? So you just indicated you wanted to clear your name because you didn't want the street to talk about whatever you said, right?
No. That's not what I said.
Okay,
So I wanted to clear my name because someone's saying that I did it, something I didn't do.
okay. Do you know that nobody's saying you did it?
Right.
Do you know that?
I don't know that.
Okay, so let's just stick to the truth, okay? So, and to also imagine that nobody's even saying you did it, okay? So let's just talk about the truth, good?
We already talking about it.
Let's go to the next question and don't comment on talking about truth or not true.
So did you notice when the first video started, it started at 4 minutes and 59 seconds? Did you see that by chance?
I didn't look there.
One of the things that you testified to this jury was that the argument was 3, 4, 5, 6 minutes. Do you remember saying that? Yes or no for the court
Yes.
reporter? Okay, so you would agree that that part of the argument was around 3 to 6 minutes, correct?
I don't, it's been a long time. I don't remember the exact amount of minutes it was, so
Okay, and that was the second confrontation, correct?
I guess, yes.
Now, you indicated that there was an argument and that the gentleman left and that the gentleman came back behind you guys, correct?
Yes.
Okay, now when you were sitting smoking cigarettes, were you actually on the stairs or were you in front of the door?
I mean, I probably was in the front of the door, in front of the stairs, moving around.
Okay,
Moving. I wasn't just sitting right there.
do you recall that when, I'm only focusing on the second argument, okay, when the shooting actually occurs. Do you recall that for over 4 minutes, the argument happened on the stairs? Do you recall that?
On the last stair on the top, they wasn't on the stairs.
You don't recall at all the argument occurring on the stairs,
At the top. That was at the top.
just at the top?
We saw that video footage, or I think it was a still photo, became a video, where I asked you, were you walking towards us or away? And CT was in front of you and the guy was.
They were standing at the stop.
Yeah. Is that where the whole argument happened?
Yes.
They weren't going up and down the hallway. The second argument, it was all right there,
Yeah,
where the shooting happened.
yeah, they wasn't going up and down. No.
Okay.
Not that I remember.
But what about the stairs? I'm not talking about the hallway, actually. I'm only talking about the stairs. Do you
Stairs in
recall
the
that?
hallway.
Excuse me?
Stairs are in the hallway.
You're saying the stairs in the hallway are one and the same?
Once you come out the hallway, the stairs are right there.
Right, okay, now you indicated that it's been a long time. Would it refresh your recollection to look at portions of the video?
We already did, but if you want to relook at it, we can.
Okay, you only looked at a small portion of the actual shooting. Did anyone show you the 5 minutes of argument prior to the shooting?
And no one had to show me I was there.
Right, and so when you were there, do you recall the argument occurring on the stairs?
Like I told you, I don't really remember all that. I didn't know it was right there in that area. It didn't go nowhere past down that hallway, so it was right there.
Now, you indicated that the gentleman came out and confronted CT. Do you recall that?
Yes.
You said that he came out tripping, correct? Yes or no for the
Yes.
court? Okay, so did CT start the argument or did the other gentleman start the argument?
The dude started it first.
And did the dude come, well, as soon as the dude saw CT, did he immediately confront the argument?
They both spoke and then it went into an argument.
Okay. And so in your opinion, who started the argument?
The truth, he started out. The dude started out.
The guy that you call the victim?
Yeah.
Now you said that now you talked about seeing the pink gun the second time. The first time, did you ever see a firearm?
No, when he left that first time, that's when he went and got the firearm, I think.
Okay, so there's a whole argument, right? And at that point, you had 2 friends around, you said. Do you remember that? 2 dudes.
No, at that point, he scared those dudes off. You remember that?
Right. So 2 dudes were there to visit and you guys are all just talking, right?
Yeah.
Yes or no?
Yes.
And then the victim comes and confronts CT, correct?
Yeah.
Starts an
They don't
argument.
really confront it, but they said, hey, and then they start arguing.
Okay, and who starts it though?
You already asked me, the victim.
All right, and then he leaves to go retrieve a gun?
I don't know if he had it or not, but when he came back, he had a gun.
Okay, how many times do you recall seeing that gun?
One time.
Okay, do you remember when you were walking from the stairs, you see the police? You remember that?
Yeah.
And when you were walking from the stairs, you go to put their bag on the apartment door. Do you remember that?
Yeah.
And do you remember at that point when the alleged victim pulls his gun, that's when you turned around? Do you recall that? Do you remember that?
I watched him because he pulled a gun out.
And as soon as he pulled the gun, that's when you started walking back trying to defuse the situation, right?
Yeah.
And you're saying, y'all tripping, the police right there, 12, right?
Yeah.
At that point, CT had not pulled a firearm, correct?
I don't think so.
The alleged victim in this case pulls the firearm first, right?
He didn't have it in his hand. He pulled it out and put it up.
What does
Yeah.
that mean? Like he showed it and then he put it back?
Yeah.
Or he just raised his shirt to say, look what I've got right here?
He grabbed it out of his pocket or whatever he had and then put it in his waist.
Okay, and then didn't have it in his hands. Okay.
So do you recall talking to the police years ago?
On the phone?
Right.
Yeah.
And you recall telling the police that this alleged victim had pulled the gun out of his pocket and put it in his waistband, correct?
That's what I just said.
Thanks, the judge asked you questions. Okay, so, so you see him pull that gun. At that point, CT hadn't pulled a gun out yet, right?
I remember. I don't think so, no.
It wasn't until after the alleged victim pulled out his firearm that then CT pulled a gun out, correct?
They were still arguing after that.
Okay, and then the shooting happens within seconds from that moment, right?
Probably seconds, minutes, I don't know. Yeah.
And as soon as shots start ringing, that's when you ring.
Yeah.
Do you recall telling the police that this was self-defense? Do you recall telling the police that this was self-defense?
In the beginning, yeah.
And
I
that,
think I do.
and you're basically telling the same story you told the police then, right?
Yeah.
And you told that, and you said that because the alleged victim in this case started it, right?
Started arguing, yeah.
Brings the firearm out first, correct?
I just said it because he started it. I ain't say all that.
Okay.
He started.
No problem. But it wasn't until now when you first talked to the police, though, it was about, you always maintained that he was defending himself, right? The CT was defending himself, right?
I don't remember that. I don't know. I just told what happened.
Okay. And when you stand here today, though, you would agree that CT was defending himself, right?
Way, in a way, but I don't know.
In a way, what do you mean?
In a way.
He was defending
Somebody
himself?
tried to argue with him and he went too far.
Okay, and when the pink gun was brought out, did you see the pink gun fall by chance on the video?
No.
Okay, no problem. Thank you, sir.
Any redirect, Mr. Butler?
Briefly, Ms. Fagan just asked you about defending himself. Remember that line of questioning? Ms. Fagan is the defense attorney, she just asked you a couple questions about that.
Hmm.
And you said somebody trying to argue with him and he went too far. Remember saying that? Tell me, what do you mean by that?
Shots went off, ain't had to happen. Not with the police right there, not in front of your house. That was stupid. It went too far.
And Ms. Fagan talked to you about the victim having a gun. Remember that?
Hmm.
At any point, does the victim, Mr. Wright, point or brandish the firearm at CT?
No, I think he just wanted us to know he had a gun. He didn't want it. He didn't even,
Objection to speculation.
he just wanted us to know that.
Objection to speculation and strike.
So just describe what happened and whatever he may have said about what he was doing.
So, the gun, did he ever point it at you?
No.
He ever pointed at CT?
No.
Were you armed?
Yeah.
And at any point, did you feel did you feel threatened? You felt you had to pull out your gun?
No, I felt like it could have got there, but not right then. The police was out there. I'm not finna throw my life away.
When you say you could have got there, is that because the things that were being said would have made you angry?
Yeah.
Is that why you would have pulled out the firearm?
I'm being aggressive and angry, yeah.
And at any point, any point does the argument not, I guess, not be about or involve CT's girlfriend or Roxy?
It wasn't really about, I mean, I think it started about Rossi, but it didn't continue as that. It was just like they both felt like they was going at each other. It went to that.
And after you saw the victim's gun, you said it went from a pocket to a waistband, somewhere in his pants? Yes?
Yes.
Did you ever see it again?
No, ain't never.
Never motion towards it?
If he did.
You ever see a motion towards it where it go to grab it?
No.
Okay. And after you were talking with CT after the shooting, can you tell the why did he say that he shot the person you call the victim, but Mr. Wright?
I mean, like when we was running.
When you were running afterwards, why did he say he shot
When we run, I was just like, you tripping, man. He was like, he tried me. That's all he kept saying.
him? Okay. And did you guys talk more over the next couple of days, weeks?
So I wasn't really answering for him like that.
While you were running, he said, he tried me, right?
Yes.
He didn't say that he pointed a gun at him, right?
No.
He didn't say that he brandished the gun at him, right?
No.
He didn't say that he threatened him with the gun, right? It was just that he tried it,
Yes.
that he felt disrespected.
He said he tried me.
No further questions, Judge?
Any recross, Ms. Fagan?
Yes, real quick. When the argument was happening, the argument didn't involve you. The alleged victim wasn't talking to you specifically ever, correct?
Yeah.
All of his aggression was towards CT, right?
Yes.
And when you said that the two dudes were scared away. Can you explain to me their fear? You said scared.
Because two dudes right here arguing.
Okay, just
And
generally.
two dudes right here arguing, and they know they just know. It was just too much hostility, right? It was too much going on. It wasn't like they were just, hey, they was yelling, arguing, and the police was right there the whole time. I told you that. So everybody they like, well, I'm finna go. Police right here. Y'all tripping. So they got scared of them.
And prior to this individual coming back twice for an argument, was CT hostile?
They both of us.
I said prior to the argument. So that morning when you guys woke up, was he in a bad mood?
No.
Thank you.
Jurors, if you've got questions, if you would get them to Deputy Gordon, please. Thank you. All right, council, let's pop outside real quickly. Be right back.
Struggle it.
Mr. Forte, tell the jurors why you walked away from the argument that was happening the first time. So we saw you were sort of walking back to them when things.
Rick?
Yeah.
Cause I seen it once before. I seen what about that. It was going too far.
Okay. Did Mr. Wright, this person you've been calling the victim, ever threaten to use the weapon? Say anything that you could hear that made you think he's going to use the gun?
He never said nothing like direct.
Anything he said or did that made you think he was going to use it?
Not use the gun. He just was mad.
Okay.
Just hard.
How long you described Mr. Wright taking it out of his pocket, putting it in his waistband, letting you know it's there. How long after he did that did the shooting happen?
Couple minutes, two. I don't. It wasn't that fast.
It wasn't right after.
No.
Okay. And do you know if CT went to your mom's house? You talked about how he went to your mom's house. If he went there with anyone, in other words, did he bring someone with him?
I don't think he did because he knew he was on the news, so he probably didn't want nobody to know he was going.
Okay.
I don't think so.
Mr. Abadi, any follow-up? Ms. Fagan?
One question. Do you recall that after this gentleman pulls the firearm from his pocket, puts it in his waistband, shooting occurs in less than 5 seconds from that moment? Thank you.
I didn't.
didn't get an answer.
Did you? What was your answer?
I don't know. I don't know.
Okay. All right. That's it. Everyone stay put. Mr. Abadi, your next witness is someone who you are trying to get in today, or are we sort of done? Or do you want to consult with your investigator?
Can I do that?
Sure. Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm taking.
Okay.
Come on.
Thank you, Mr. Forte. We'll get you back as soon as possible.
We can do one more with this. That's possible.
Why don't you let Ms. Fagan know who it is so she can let you know, yep, we could probably fit it in a dozen minutes. You think we can?
Yes.
Okay. You guys good for one more witness, assuming it's 10 minutes-ish max? Let's do it. And that is?
Detective Stenley.
A detective in less than 10 minutes.
Everybody ready, right here? You swear affirm that the testimony you'll give will be the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, self God. I do. Lawyer, I see. The state of study hands the record.
Charles Sendling, Sendling.
Good afternoon, Detective Stenley. Can you tell the jurors how you are currently employed today?
I am currently retired.
Okay, and where did you retire from?
City of Atlanta Police Department,
And how long did you work with the City of Atlanta Police Department?
a little over 22 years.
And can you tell the jurors towards where were you assigned when you left the City of Atlanta Police Department?
My last 5 years with the department was spent with the homicide unit.
Actually, when did you retire
December 31st of 2024. Appreciate it.
Now, can you tell the jurors just generally a little bit about it's the responsibilities and roles that you played as a homicide detective?
The Atlanta Homicide Unit responds to all deaths in the city of Atlanta to investigate if there's any foul play or if it's natural or possible suicide.
And is it common for detectives to, in your that unit, to work together kind of as a team?
Yes. Everybody who responds to homicide does everything they can to assist the lead detective.
And can you tell the jurors that on August 7th, 2022, did you assist with a homicide at 1314 Donald Lee Hollowell Parkway, Atlanta, Georgia?
I did.
And is that here in Fulton County?
It is.
And who is the lead detective as it relates to that case?
Detective Raquel Johnson.
Okay. And when you arrived at the apartment complex that afternoon, can you tell the jurors kind of what you did first and what your role and responsibility was to assist Detective Johnson?
When I got there, I was actually on duty. So when we got there, we started collecting as much information as we could for Detective Johnson so that she could be informed upon her arrival. Started looking at the evidence, looking for witnesses and such. And my responsibility that day was to complete a crime scene sketch.
Okay. And can you tell the jurors what is a crime scene sketch and how is it useful or assist investigations like this one and ones that you led in the past?
A normal crime scene sketch would pertain of a point A and a point B. You would measure from point A to point B, document it, and then measure everything that's on the crime scene from point A to the particular item, and then from B to particular item. The usefulness is so that that crime scene can be redone if need be.
And the sketch that you draw or that you create, is it to scale?
No.
And did you do a sketch as it relates to the evidence and what you saw for the crime scene where the shooting occurred in the apartment complex that day?
I did. In this particular incident, because it was a long hallway with no really fixed objects in particular hall, breezeway, there was no point A or point B. So basically, I just did a rough sketch of the evidence that could be seen in the overall crime scene photo.
Okay. I want to show you what's been marked as Exhibit 80. Do you recognize today's Exhibit 80?
I do. It's the crime scene sketch that I completed and forwarded to Detective Johnson.
And it's stated that 80, a fair and accurate copy of the crime scene sketch that you created for this case as it relates to assisting Detective Johnson.
It is.
This time, the state attorney was remarked as states Exhibit 80 into evidence.
No objection?
It's admitted.
And published on the screen before you here in a second.
Should be right in front. You're welcome to spin around, but it should also be right there.
Okay. And I also have it right here.
On the screen before you stated Exhibit 80, is that the crime scene sketch you've been talking about as it relates to your assistance with Detective Johnson?
It is.
You see on the screen different numbers, 1, 2, and I think it goes up to 16 that you can see.
Yes, it goes 1 through 9. Then it skips to 16 in this particular photo.
Okay. And what do those numbers represent as it relates to the crime scene and why do you put them there?
Pieces of evidence.
Okay.
So we don't actually put down the number placards. Our crime scene unit does that. But that's, in this case, for me, these are the items that are marked in what I use to do my crime scene sketch.
I'm sure the mark does. States Exhibits 53 through 77. I'm not gonna go through all of them, but I just want to show them to you, see if you recognize it.
I do. They're crime scene photos of the crime scene as it was photographed by our crime scene unit.
And prior to now, during your testimony, maybe you had an opportunity to review all the exhibits and states exhibits 53 through 77.
Yes.
And do states exhibits 53 through 77 fair and accurately depict the crime scene that you observed and witnessed?
Yes, I do. Yeah, yes, it does. As I remember on my day of the response, it does.
At this time, I can state we attended with remark states exhibits 53 through 77.
No objection.
They're admitted?
Now, I want to show you states exhibits. I'm going to start with 53 real fast.
Okay.
See the yellow placards in states exhibits 53.
I do.
And we talked about your crimes and sketch, where the numbers are showing 1 through 9, and you said 16.
Yes.
And the numbers that we see in your crimes and sketch in states exhibit 80, are those meant to represent what we're looking at in states exhibit 53, where you can see, for example, 8, 9, all the way to 1, 2, 5, 3, and 4?
They are.
Okay. And so is your crimes and sketch meant to memorialize what we see in the pictures?
It is.
Now, can you explain to the jurors if there are any pictures of what you drew? Why is it done?
Again, to recreate the crime scene if necessary, for testimonial issues.
And can you tell the jurors as it relates to let me show you this. With the placards that we see in states it's 53, starting with 8 going into all the way down to 1. Can you tell the jurors are those items of physical evidence?
They are.
And the yellow markers are they meant to represent items of physical evidence?
Yes.
And were items of physical evidence collected from the scene that day that you arrived and then ultimately drew the crime and sketch?
Yes, they were.
And can you tell the jurors, I want to show you what's been marked as states exhibits 81, 82, 81 through 84. If you look inside the bag starting with 81, do you recognize what's inside?
81 is a scale commonly used to measure out drugs.
Okay. And 82, can you open the bag to look inside?
'82 were the shell casings collected from the scene.
You will pull out state what's inside of states of 82.
Yes.
Right. Open verse 82A through 82F.
See. Yes,
Okay. Are those the 6 shell casings that were recovered from the crime scene?
they are.
And then it states at 83, can you tell the jurors, do you recognize what's inside of that bag or in that box?
Yes, a firearm that was collected from the scene.
And lastly, it says at 84, can you tell the juror, do you recognize what's inside of that bag?
It's a lighter that was within the crime scene.
And all the items of evidence, state exhibits 81, and then 82 A through F inside the bag labeled 82, and then 83 and 84. Are those all items of evidence that you were present when collected at the crime scene and are represented in the crime scene sketch?
Yes,
This time around, the state was the marked state exhibits 81, 82, and then 82 A through F, followed by 83 and 84.
No objection.
Those are all admitted.
Now, are you present during the time in which the crime scene is processed, photographed, things of that nature with the crime scene tech?
It depends. In this particular one, yeah, I was there the whole time.
And kind of how you described earlier as it relates to members of the homicide unit, do you and the crime scene tech kind of work in conjunction or together as it relates to identifying items of evidence?
Yeah, we often walk with them and they call out the evidence, whether it be a spent 9mm casing, a 40 caliber casing. And then we try to document that as at the same time they are.
And for kind of timing and efficiency, in the photographs that you were looking at in exhibits 53 through 77, are they all a series of photographs that depict the items of evidence as well as the victim's body laying there shot?
Yes, everything's on there in those pictures except for number 16, which was a spent shell casing that was found under the body when the Sid's body was moved.
And then as relates to your assistance to Detective Johnson, as it relates to this case, what you talked about here today, the crime, drawing the crime scene sketch, being present during the processing and photographing of evidence that kind of complete your assistance or role as it relates to this investigation?
Yes.
Ms. Fagan, do you have questions for retired Detective Sembler?
Just first and foremost, did you ever get to watch the surveillance in this?
I didn't.
Okay, so are you aware of how that firearm got to where it was?
I am not.
Thank you, sir.
You're welcome.
Any redirect?
There you are.
Questions from the jurors? No? Detective, thanks for sticking around all day. Appreciate your testimony. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we have, checking the calendar for tomorrow, reached the end of business for today. Pretty close to 5. Mr. Abati, are we on track with the estimate you had, or did today go a little more slowly than you thought?
We're on track, yeah.
We're on track? Okay. So all systems are go. We cannot start tomorrow morning until all 13 of you are here. So do your best to get here by 9:15. You can get here earlier. Some of you got here real early. And that's great. We can get you right into the jury room. But the goal is to be here by 9:15. And we'll get rolling as close to 9:15 as we can. You're going to leave your notepads in the jury room. That will be locked up. Tonight, do not talk about the case with people around you. Do not engage in any outside research. The way you get questions answered, like who were you on the phone with when you heard gunshots, is by writing it down on the card. And then I'll ask it of the witness, and the witness will do his or her best to answer that question. But going online, Googling something, chat GPTing something is problematic. That's not evidence in the case. It's what Peter thinks somewhere else. Any logistical questions from you all? Thank you for a full day. We'll see you at 9:15 tomorrow morning. All right, everyone can be seated. Tomorrow, the tech folks are going to be here at 9. Could you, Mr. Abati or Ms. Jones-Connor, have a couple of the videos we were watching ready? Because I want you to plug the stuff in, and you were saying something was lagging. On these screens, it was lagging?
What's on the,
Thinking that the actual video, it's like that.
well, it was on the Zoom. That's crazy. It did. When I switched the video from to the ring camera, it didn't switch on the Zoom screen.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, and we need to figure out if there is a way. They were assuring me that there's some way to have the audio play on things like the ring camera. the Ring feed is going through these screens, so it's loud and clear. And it's also going through the Zoom rooms, but without audio or without that bad echo reverb that we had. So I asked one of the IT folks to be here at 9, if you could just try to recreate whatever wasn't working. And then maybe they'll show you what buttons to press or whatever. Anything from the state? Okay, you'll have witnesses for all day tomorrow?
Yes.
Great. Ms. Fate, anything for the defense?
No, Your Honor.
You're good for clothes for your client tomorrow?
Yes.
Okay. Mr. Tuitt, you've not asked ever for a break. The way we're taking breaks is working with your needs?
Yes, sir.
Okay, if that changes, let your lawyer know. All right, thank you, everyone.